As finance is reshaped by AI, tokenization, and quantum computing, GFTN built Alfin, an AI-powered policy and market intelligence engine. And with the University of Western Australia and ST Engineering, its QFinex framework is proving quantum-simulated solutions. At the heart of it all are the founders. Through Founders Peak and Investor Hours, GFTN connects them with capital and partners, such as SBI Holdings and Axion, to fund innovation at scale. These aren't tomorrow's challenges, they're today's. GFTN is here to build the future of finance with you, so its benefits reach more people, in more places than ever before.
Muhtaram mehmonlar, xonimlar va janoblar, forum ishtirokchilari. Tadbir boshlanishini yodga soluvchi maxsus daqiqalar ortga qarab yura boshladi. O'z joyingizni egallab olishingizni so'raymiz. Siz uchun ajratilgan joylarga oid savollarni tashkilotchilarga murojaat qilgan holda bilib olishingiz mumkin. Tadbir davomida uyali telefonlaringizni ovozsiz rejimga o'tkazib qo'yishingizni so'raymiz. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat. Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы просим вас занять свои почетные места.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the Silk Road Finance and Technology Forum. Please do take your seats. We're getting started very shortly.
Muhtaram forum ishtirokchilari, tantanali tadbir boshlanishiga 2 daqiqa qolmoqda. O'z joyingizni egallab olishingizni so'raymiz. Hali bo'sh o'rinlar bor, marhamat, joylashib olishingiz mumkin. Xonimlar va janoblar, forumning 2-kunini qarshi olishga tayyormisiz?
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back to day 2 of the Silk Road Finance and Technology Forum. For those of you who missed day 1, let's have a recap.
Muhtaram mehmonlar, xonimlar, janoblar, O'zbekiston mehmonlari, sizlarni Toshkent mezbonlik qilayotgan Silk Road Finance and Technology Forumning 2-kunida xush ko'rdik. Xush kelibsiz. Welcome to Tashkent. Welcome to Silk Road Finance and Technology Forum. Welcome
And
again.
let's have a look at that video of day 1.
Birinchi kun haqida kichik digestimiz bor. E'tiboringizni monitorga qaratamiz. U qanday o'tganida. Bir nafasda marhamat.
24th of August, Tashkent. The Silk Road Finance and Technology Forum is underway. 74 countries, 6,000 plus participants, nearly 200 speakers, more than 10 high-level sessions. 3 days bringing together finance, technology, investment, and ideas, shaping the future of Central Asia. From global leaders and investors to a high-level discussion held in association with Financial Times Live. Beyond the stage, the coding challenge is underway, bringing together the next generation of talent. New conversations, new connections, new opportunities.
Welcome to Tashkent. Welcome to the Silk Road Finance and Technology Forum.
We are here opening a new
center of the hall. So to keep it.
Thank you for being part of it. Tomorrow, we continue.
Wow, what an exciting first day that was! And it's so exciting to be here once again in historic Tashkent. My name is Sharanjit Lail, and of course, I'm here with my Uzbek colleague, Jamshed, as well. So once again, welcome to day 2, and I hope you've all been fueled up because it will be an action-packed day as well. Because of course, yesterday was all about policy and transformation. Today, it's about putting that policy into practice. Today is Innovation Day. It's all about new forms of money, stable coins, tokenization, digital currencies, AI that we can all trust, the infrastructure beneath it as well, and of course the open ecosystem that is connecting markets all over the world, and of course, most importantly, the talent to build it. So remember, phones on silent and simultaneous translation is available on the headsets in Uzbek, Russian, and English. And once again, our sincere thanks to the Central Bank of Uzbekistan, our sponsors, and our partners. And of course, GFTN, the Global Technology and Finance Network. To find out more about the specialized data that we offer, do scan the QR code, the GFTN platform, the Global Finance and Technology Network. And don't forget, once again, take photos today, because we want those photos. We want you to scan hashtag SFF for a chance to win a prize to visit the Singapore FinTech Festival in my beautiful city, Singapore. We would love to see you there. Remember to do the hashtag. And of course, it is a prize that is worth $5,000 US. You don't want to miss it.
Men esa eng asosiysidan boshlayman. Hozirgina ekranda ko'rsatilgan mana shu hashtagni tezgina skaner qilib oling, chunki men uchun qadrli bo'lgan hamkasbim BBC jurnalisti, atoqli moderator Sharanjit Lail o'zining Singapurga bo'lgan ajoyib sovg'asini shu yerda o'tirganlardan kimgadir sovg'a qiladi. U $5,000 miqdoridagi sayohatni, safarni o'z ichiga oladi. Xonimlar va janoblar, bugungi forumning ikkinchi kuni, aytishimiz mumkin bo'lsa, innovatsiya kuni, Innovation Day. Bu yerda har bir ko'riladigan masala, o'rtaga qo'yiladigan har bitta mavzu juda ham qiziq, konstruktiv va uni hal qiluvchilar faqatgina mintaqaviy emas, dunyo tan olgan bank fenomenlari, moliya fenomenlari va biz Toshkent, rasmiy Toshkent aynan mana shu forumning ikkinchi kuniga mezbonlik qilishda davom etamiz. Men Jamshid Umurzoqov va qadrli hamkasbim mana shu kun davomida asosiy moderator sifatida sizga yuzlanamiz, boshlovchimiz va bugun har jihatdan konstruktiv mavzular ko'p. Keling qisqa lo'nda tushuntirib o'tamiz. Siyosat va strategik yo'nalishlar kuni ortda qoldi. Bugun esa innovatsiya, texnologiya, inson salohiyatiga qaratilgan, qolaversa pullarni boshqarish, tokenizatsiya qilingan aktivlar va suveren raqamli valyutalar haqida so'z yuritadilar. Men nazarimda O'zbekcha nonushtadan so'ng O'zbekiston mehmonlari ham ancha kuch-quvvat to'plab olishgan va ikkinchi kunni boshlashimiz uchun asoslar bor.
Wonderful. And remember, day 3 tomorrow is Azimuth Day. So if you would like to come, we are moving that event to the Islamic Center. Spaces are limited. So if you've come a long way to join us to attend these forums, please do express your interest and register at the registration counter, where you will be given a colored sticker. So remember, if you are very keen to join us for day 3, do register your interest. You will get a colored sticker, and you can go do that at the registration counter. And now, to open Innovation Day, we are honored to hear how technology can drive regional prosperity in this region, Central Asia and beyond. So we are going to welcome our very first speaker. We are so honored to have Mr. Nordibek Saydulev, the first Deputy Chairman of the Central Bank of the Republic of Uzbekistan.
Muhtaram mehmonlar, forum ishtirokchilari, xonimlar va janoblar, bugungi forumning ikkinchi ish kuni birinchi spikerimiz, bugungi asosiy forumning tashkilotchisi hisoblangan O'zbekiston Respublikasi Markaziy banki raisining birinchi o'rinbosari, hurmatli Nodirbek Saydullayevni minbarga taklif etamiz. Olqishlar bilan. Marhamat.
A big round of applause, please. Thank you, sir.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli mehmonlar, hurmatli davlat va moliya institutlari, biznes va ekspertlar hamjamiyati vakillari, xonimlar va janoblar. Sizlarni Silk Road Finance Technology Forum xalqaro forumining 2-kuni, texnologiyalar va innovatsiyalar kunining ochilishi bilan samimiy qutlaymiz. Kechagi muhokamalarda Markaziy Osiyoni jahon moliyaviy va savdo yo'laklari bilan bog'lash, chegaraviy to'lovlarni rivojlantirish va mintaqaviy hamkorlikni mustahkamlash uchun zarur bo'lgan siyosiy hamda tartibga solish asoslariga e'tibor qaratildi. Bugun ushbu maqsadlarni amaliy natijaga aylantiradigan asosiy omillar texnologiya, ishonchli raqamli infratuzilma, innovatsion muhit va inson kapitali haqida so'z yuritamiz. Kecha yo'nalishni belgilagan bo'lsak, bugun uni harakatga keltiradigan tizimni qanday barpo etishni muhokama qilib olamiz. Texnologiyaning haqiqiy qiymati uning amaliy samarasida namoyon bo'ladi. U moliyaviy xizmatlarni tez, qulay va ommabop qilish, tadbirkorlik uchun yangi imkoniyatlar ochish hamda aholining moliyaviy tizimiga bo'lgan ishonchini mustahkamlashga xizmat qilishi kerak. O'zbekistonda moliyaviy texnologiyalarni rivojlantirishning amaliy bosqichiga o'tmoqda. Milliy fintech strategiyasi doirasida regulyator qumdoni imkoniyatlari kengaytirilmoqda, innovatsion tashabbuslarni qo'llab-quvvatlash mexanizmlarini shakllantirmoqda hamda ochiq moliya va zamonaviy to'lov infratuzilmasi jadal rivojlantirilmoqda. Innovatsiyaning tezligi uning ishonchliligidan ustun bo'lmasligi lozim. Sun'iy intellekt va avtomatlashtirilgan qarorlar kengaygan sari kiber xavfsizlik, firibgarlikka qarshi himoya, ma'lumotlardan mas'uliyatli foydalanish va algoritmik qarorlarning xolisligi yanada muhim ahamiyat kasb etadi. Shuning uchun Markaziy bank innovatsiya va xavfsizlikni bir-birini inkor etuvchi tushunchalar deb hisoblamaydi, balki aniq qoidalar, mas'uliyatli texnologiyalar va mustahkam raqamli infratuzilma innovatsiyalarining keng miqyosda joriy etish uchun zarurligini shart deb biladi. Bugungi moliyaviy bozorda biror davlat yoki tashkilot yopiq tizim doirasida barqaror muvaffaqiyatga erisha olmaydi. Milliy infratuzilmalar o'zaro ishlashi, standartlar muvofiqlashishi va raqamli xizmatlar chegaralaridan tashqarida ham xavfsiz faoliyat ko'rsatishi kerak. Bu esa davlat, biznes, investorlar va ta'lim muassasalari o'rtasida doimiy hamkorlikni talab qiladi. Ko'pchilikning xabari bor. Inson kapitalida, ya'ni jarayonning markazida bo'lishi va uni rivojlantirish maqsadida Markaziy bank yaqin 2030-yilgacha 5000 nafar yosh mutaxassisni moliyaviy texnologiyalar sohasida tayyorlashni maqsad qilgan. Chunki har qanday ilg'or yechim ortida uni yaratadigan, boshqaradigan va xavflarni to'g'ri baholaydigan malakali mutaxassis turadi. Bugungi sessiyalarda raqamli moliyaning yangi shakllari, sun'iy intellektdan mas'uliyatli foydalanish, ishonchli to'lov infratuzilmasi, ochiq ekotizimlar va kadrlar tayyorlash kabi o'zaro bog'liq masalalarni qamrab oladi va muhokamalarning qiymati ularning amaliy natijasida namoyon bo'lishi kerak bo'ladi. Kun yakunida yangi g'oyalar bilan birga qo'shma pilot loyihalar, hamkorlik tashabbuslari va aniq kelishuvlar shakllanishiga umid qilamiz. Markaziy bank ochiq muloqot, mas'uliyatli innovatsiya va xalqaro hamkorlikka tayyorligini yana bir bor bildiramiz. Biz O'zbekistonning innovatsion moliyaviy mahsulotlarini kashf etadigan, ishonchli texnologiyalarni takomillashtiradigan va mintaqaviy hamda global bozorlarga kengayib boradigan fintech markazlaridan biriga aylantirishni maqsad qilganmiz. Barchangizga bugungi muhokamalarda faol ishtirok etishga va kelajak moliya tizimini birgalikda shakllantirishga taklif etamiz. E'tiboringlar uchun rahmat.
Rahmat. Bugungi ish kunining taxminiy xronometraji shunday ko'rinishga, mundarijaga ega bo'ladi, muhtaram mehmonlar, forum ishtirokchilari va ishonchimiz komil, o'sha sermahsullik o'sha chiroyli ishchan kayfiyat barchamizni qamrab oladi. Sharanjit Lail bilan bugun kun davomida yangi insaytlar, kecha olingan chiroyli bilimlarni amaldagi relizlarga guvoh bo'lamiz va and I hope that you liked our national foods.
Delicious. Absolutely
Amazing.
wonderful. I love Tashkent. I love Uzbekistan. This is my second visit here. I was here for the very first time to Samarkand in May. What a beautiful historic city. Tashkent is equally beautiful. I am delighted to be here,
Welcome
Jamshed.
again.
Thank you.
Once
I
again.
feel
Bitta olqishlab
so
qo'yamiz.
welcome.
Sababini
Thank
hozir
you.
tushuntiraman.
Thank you.
Sharanjit Lail
Rahmat,
BBCda
rahmat.
qator yillar davomida faoliyat olib borgan va kunni kecha dunyo bo'ylab barcha moderatorlikning 40-kunini O'zbekistonda yubiley tarzida nishonladi. U 40-eng nufuzli tadbirni olib bordi. Yana bitta chiroyli olqishlar bo'lsin.
Rahmat. Thank you, Jamshed. That is so thoughtful. Now, of course, we are so thankful as well to First Deputy Chairman Saidulev for that wonderful opening keynote. But we are also hearing from other incredibly insightful speakers because our opening keynote next is from someone who has seen financial leapfrogging firsthand. As the governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, Dr. Patrick Njoroge helped oversee a transformation powered by mobile money in his country, Kenya, bringing financial services to millions beyond the reach of traditional banking. Now, his message is so highly relevant here. Technology, networks, standards, partnerships can help Central Asia leap forward as well. So please put your hands together for Dr. Patrick Njoroge, the former governor of the Central Bank of Kenya.
Kenyadan tashrif buyurgan navbatdagi spikerimizni qarshi oldik. Dr. Patrick Njoroge, marhamat.
To you, sir. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We meet today at this node of the Silk Road, inspired by generations of travelers. We envision their courage, grit, and adaptability as they crossed vast distances without modern comforts. They set out to exchange goods, but their legacy includes ideas and cultures. Today, commerce has shifted from physical caravans to digital channels, but the foundation of human exchange remains unchanged. Around 1750 BC, the dishonest practices of a merchant in the city of Ur inspired the oldest recorded customer complaint, a buyer protesting the poor quality copper and the mistreatment of his agents. 4 millennia later, this episode is also proof that while technology, politics, and borders change, commerce and human interaction remain rooted in trust, fair exchange, and the integrity of an agreement. Today, trade and human interactions take place at the speed of light, yet our core objectives have not changed. But achieving them is not guaranteed, so we ask, what infrastructure is needed in today's digital world to ensure fair exchange, integrity of agreements, and trust between parties? Success begins at the foundational level, requiring a robust digital public infrastructure. As is now widely accepted, governments and central banks must collaborate in building the DPI on the following 4 pillars. First, a unique verifiable digital identity for every citizen. Second, low-cost, real-time interoperable payment systems. Third, authorization and consent mechanisms with clear guardrails. And then fourth, consent-based data exchange by individuals and businesses. This foundational DPI is a bedrock for building all other digital services, businesses, and social innovations, all with the right incentives. A healthy ecosystem will emerge if governments implement robust regulatory frameworks that allow innovations, but secure data protection and interoperability while ensuring no citizens are left behind. Success requires getting the fundamentals right by adopting global benchmarks without reinventing the wheel, leapfrogging directly to best practices. Today, we are inspired by our host ambition in the Digital Uzbekistan 2030 strategy. It outlines the modernization of the digital infrastructure, public services, and overall economic competitiveness. The strategy envisions transforming this historic crossroads into a modern global hub for fiber optical data routing, next generation connectivity, green computing power, and financial technology. We congratulate His Excellency President Shavkat Mirziyoyev for the bold vision, the Ministry of Digital Technologies, which has primary responsibility for the strategy, and the Central Bank of Uzbekistan for driving the digital financial infrastructure. We welcome the National FinTech Development Strategy to turn Uzbekistan into the region's digital economy and financial technology hub. We note the efforts to learn the best practices from global leaders and the ongoing work on projects such as open banking, CBDCs, asset tokenization, and blockchain payment networks. There's much work to be done, but a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. Another important observation is that travelers on the Silk Road were also the eyes and ears to their world. They didn't just trade goods. They studied how things were made, observed agricultural practices, medical remedies, and administrative systems. Technologies like paper making, gunpowder, and printing were disseminated through these trade routes. Merchants carried physical commodities and the ideas that shaped their time. Hubs of intellectual and scientific exchange developed, anchoring these trade routes, integrating knowledge from different civilizations and disciplines. We remember the native son, Al-Khwarizmi, who invented algebra and algorithms, the foundations of our modern digital economy. As we convene today, we are acutely aware of the difficulties reshaping our world. The urgency of sustainable finance comes to mind as we witness the ravages of climate change. Vast populations excluded from the financial system or are unable to use it to improve their lives. We see small and medium-sized enterprises that are the backbone of many economies unable to expand. Agriculture in many places remains vulnerable to the vagaries of the weather and distant markets. And governments unable to find adequate resources for health and education. These are some of the challenges that will shape the discussions at this event and in the period ahead. Today we examine frontier technologies such as tokenization, artificial intelligence, open and embedded finance, and quantum computing. Yet we grapple with the age-old questions and assess whether these technologies will drive our objectives. For instance, will tokenization reinforce fair exchange and the human connections that ground trust? Or will it foster imbalances as we have seen in the crypto world? Will AI deliver its promise in solving our difficult problems beyond coding and drafting memos? Will quantum computing help overcome the persistent compute bottlenecks instead of amplifying security risks? The following three principles can help frame this assessment. First, technology and innovation must be people-centric. Technology should help solve the pressing challenges and uplift lives and livelihoods. The true value proposition of innovation must be in solving the public's problems according to their priorities rather than market positioning or branding. Internalizing this principle is critical given the divergence between the interests of technology companies and the public, requiring innovators to take a keen interest in the real world. The COVID pandemic exemplified the divergence of private interests from societal goals. While the rapid development of life-saving vaccines was driven by public funding and patent protections, the limited technology transfers created monopolies that constrained their manufacture, locking poor countries out of early supplies. This diverged from the desired outcome of protecting humanity with equity. Second principle, innovations must be technically sound and resilient. We have seen minor flaws in critical platforms triggering massive failures, such as enabling hackers to bypass security and drain customer accounts. Similarly, outages by major service providers have halted business operations, destroying market reputation and customer trust. To survive this risk, innovators must adopt Steve Jobs' relentless pursuit of technical perfection, building platforms on solid architecture. We applied this approach at the Central Bank of Kenya when our team envisioned a mobile platform for citizens to invest in government securities. Previously, individuals visited the Central Bank, navigated physical paperwork, and a lengthy enrollment process. It took 5 years of rigorous work before launching DAO CSD, which has made investing fully digital, paperless, and globally accessible. It also expanded the investor base for government securities and gave ordinary citizens a secure savings channel. The third principle, effective collaboration and partnership are essential. In a world that celebrates aggressive free enterprise, moving fast and breaking things, remembering that we are travelers on a long journey is crucial. Cooperation is the key to success, as an old proverb says. If you want to go far, go together. In this regard, cooperation is needed between the private and public sectors, including regulators and other stakeholders in financial services. This contrasts with the traditional adversarial engagement between regulators and the regulated, or a race to the bottom by competing businesses. Rather, the successful transformation of financial services requires leveraging synergies between financial institutions, regulators, policymakers, and other actors across sectors and jurisdictions. Ultimately, it is the well-coordinated ecosystem that will deliver for the citizens. Nowhere is cooperation more urgent than in cryptocurrency and stablecoins. Although stablecoins are better anchored, they link traditional finance with a virtual asset ecosystem, introducing risks about financial stability, fraud, and illicit flows. Additionally, conflicting US and European Union regulatory frameworks exacerbate these risks, creating spillovers into other jurisdictions. Coordinating regulations globally is imperative before a crisis materializes. Before concluding, it is important to address the subject of AI. The field is moving incredibly fast, driven by the promise of enormous transformative power. Countless businesses are working to integrate AI into their work streams. Countries have published AI policy papers. Tech companies are racing to meet the surging demand for data centers and cutting-edge chips. Training institutions are scrambling to change their content. And journalists write about the valuation of leading tech companies. In fact, a recent article in The Economist highlighted that AI-related capital expenditure is becoming the largest investment boom of all time. AI is already transforming finance by automating repetitive tasks, improving predictive accuracy, and accelerating strategic decision making. We have seen positive outcomes in customer service, fraud detection, and anti-money laundering systems. Early results in fields as diverse as healthcare, biomedicine, autonomous systems, and agriculture have also been encouraging, though more work is needed. Yet recalling the corporate computer boom 4 decades ago and the long wait for its impact on productivity growth, we watch and hope that the timeline will be shorter this time around. However, AI's soft underbelly reveals critical vulnerabilities that cannot be ignored. These include possible financial bubbles from unsustainable capital expenditure, operational dangers like hallucination, and ethical concerns regarding bias and security. For instance, AI-powered smart glasses are pitched as an innovation for seamless support. Yet, the public consider them an invasive tool that compromises personal privacy. The concentration of power in a tech oligarchy in a world with broken public trust is also a source of concern. To ensure long-term success, the AI risks must be managed with robust governance and safety measures. Encouragingly, a recent statement by global experts called for urgent action to understand the economics of transformative AI and to build the incentives, guardrails, and institutions needed to steer AI in a direction that complements humans and benefits society. Immediate action is imperative as the stakes are exceptionally high. Fellow travelers at the intersection of finance and technology, the journey ahead is long and arduous. Ultimately, we will be guided by our shared insight, and every traveler's effort contributes to expanding our collective reservoir of knowledge. I wish you all safe journeys. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Njoroge. What a wonderful keynote that was, providing some key overarching themes for the rest of our day, and of course a lot of the sessions that we're having throughout. Now, of course, as we heard there's so much we're talking about on Innovation Day. We're talking about stable coins, digital currencies, all of that infrastructure that's so required that will shape trade and settlement for the future. And of course, they raise some really, really big questions for where we are now, which is here in Central Asia. So what should be permitted? What needs to be regulated? What infrastructure as well needs to be built in order to have stable coins and tokenized assets, digital currencies? So to explore that, how new money is going to manage to come into this new frontier, we will be welcoming our moderator for our very first leadership dialogue this morning, and that is going to be moderated by Dr. Peter Gassman, who's a senior partner at PwC Strategy, and he'll be coming on the stage shortly. But over to Jamshed.
Albatta, men biroz qisqaroq tushuntirishga harakat qilaman. Har holda, har biringizda mana shu yerda sinxron tarjimonlar bor. Tashabbuskorlarga, tashkilotchilarga murojaat qilib, sinxron tarjimonlardan foydalanishingiz mumkin, lekin sizning ingliz zaboni ekanligingizga shubhamiz yo'q. Demak, bundan avvalgi bizning notig'imiz aytib o'tganlaridek, kelajakni kutish emas, unga sakrash kerak. Tashabbusli nutq bo'ldi, minnatdorlik bildiramiz va ayni daqiqalarda panelni ochiq deb e'lon qilamiz. Davlat va xususiy raqamli pullar qanday raqobatlashishi va birga faoliyat yuritishi mumkin. Buni tasavvurga sig'diramiz. Shuningdek, Markaziy Osiyo uchun nimani joriy etish, nimani tartibga solish va qanday infrastruktura, ya'ni infratuzilma yaratish kerakki, kelajak moliyasining markaziga aylanish uchun bu mintaqa. Ayni daqiqalarda biz katta mamnuniyat ila Xitoy Xalq banki raqamli valyuta instituti rahbariyati, Circle and Wallet vakillari hamda O'zbekistonning pul kredit siyosati mutasaddilarini mana shu prezidiumda ko'rishdan xursand bo'lamiz va panel moderatorini taklif etishdan xursand bo'lamiz. Ular ham Dr. Peter Gassman. Olqishlar bilan kutib olamiz.
Peter, the stage is yours.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's such an honor to be here with such an esteemed panel. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the panel on the frontier continued tokenization and stablecoins. I'm Peter Gassmann, senior partner with Strategy End, which is the global consulting business of PwC. I'm working primarily, actually global, so in Europe, but also in the Middle East, helping banks, financial institutions. Now, my job today is actually to keep this a conversation about the architecture of the financial system, of the substance, and we try to keep it to the substance and not talking too much about the technical details, because this conversation can easily divert into very technical discussions. So to make the best out of this for everybody and to really have an interesting debate, I would also like to ask the panelists to keep it to the substance. I know we are all deep into the subject and it's quite interesting. Also my job is to do a bit of housekeeping today, so time management, and I tried to arrange for a lively conversation. So actually it's not about me, it's about the esteemed panelists we all see here. Therefore, before we start, I would really love that the room, hears your voice. So instead of me introducing everybody, you know yourself much better than I do. I would suggest that you do a quick introduction, where you're coming from, what the role is, and maybe to keep this to, let's say, roughly 30 seconds. So maybe I start here. Chengdung, if I may do a quick introduction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. And good morning, everyone. I'm Mun Changchun from the PPC. I have been spearheading the Chinese research and development on our digital fiat currency, the ECNY. And I'm also have the privilege of contributing in several international initiatives, including the CPMN and CGFS working group on stablecoins. I'm very happy to be here today, and I'm honored to be invited in the forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Pavel, maybe next to you.
My name is Pavel Kristaliov. I'm the CEO of Wallet and Telegram. We operate a financial platform inside of one of the largest messaging platforms here in Uzbekistan under license from an APP. Before that, I was running the banking operations for Tinkoff Bank for a few years, and my background is engineering. But here we're about to talk about how to bring in innovation of the stablecoins and crypto Web3 into the daily finance life of people here.
Thank you so much. Ayej, over to you.
Thank you, Peter. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being present. I'm Rajesh Sabari from Liminal Custody. We provide the blockchain infrastructure rails operating at the intersection of cryptography and digital asset settlement rails. We process over 100 billion in transaction volume a year, predominantly in cross-border stablecoins, tokenized deposits, and other forms of tokenized real-world assets. Today, I'll be primarily talking about the plumbing, the infrastructure, the governance that's needed to safely transmit these assets on chain.
Thank you so much. Samijan, as a regulator.
Peter, good morning, everyone. My name is Samijan Inagamov, Director of Monetary Policy Department at Central Bank of Uzbekistan. We are inflation targeting central bank, and our inflation target is 5%. And inflation targeting works when monetary policy reaches the economy through financial intermediaries, and when people are willing to save and price in national currency. So, from a monetary policy perspective, the question is not which technology wins. It is whether these technology change how people save, borrow, pay, and choose between currencies. So, because if they do, they change how monetary policy reaches the economy. So, the main question from me is, does this make some more useful for the people or less? So, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we will cover that entire sphere at some point in time. Saeed, maybe if you languages.
Of course. My name is Saida, or Dr. Saida Jafar. I will answer to both. It's lovely to be here, and it's lovely to see this wonderful city and this wonderful country. I'm coming from Circle. Circle is I assume most of you are familiar with Circle, but we are building the financial infrastructure of the future. I oversee international for Circle, and what is truly exciting is that we're bringing together both the traditional finance as well as the digital finance, and bringing it to solve problems as opposed to admiring the technology. So very excited to be here on this panel and look forward to a great discussion.
Thank you, Saeed. And then last but by no means least, Vyacheslav, if I may ask you also, I'm sure everybody knows you, but maybe quick introduction for people.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Good morning, everyone. So I'm not quite sure that I'm so famous and everybody knows me, but first I would like to greet you all on behalf of NAPP. As you know, NAPP in Uzbekistan, our agency is a regulator for capital markets, insurance, e-commerce, and of course the main, let's say, the theme of today is crypto asset turnover here in Uzbekistan. So today in Uzbekistan, together with the central bank, we are two main regulators for financial services here in Uzbekistan. And I think that the theme of that we need to discuss, I hope that it will be very interesting discussion about the stable coins and tokenization, because as we understand, this is a main, let's say, main trend of today. It's the main trend, and according to due to our priorities, we currently work on regulation of tokenization of bonds and shares, and also we implementing pilot projects on using of stable coins as a means of payment here in Uzbekistan currently. So, and also in that regard, we are going to create some kind of new type of payment system, which will based on the blockchain system. So this is one of our priorities today.
Thank you so much for this great introduction. What I think is great about the panel, you see that we have, I think, almost all the ingredients, I would say, of part of an ecosystem to bring this to work. And this is something I'm really interested to get to. Not just to discuss the global developments, but also what does it really mean for the region, what does it really mean for Uzbekistan. I think that's here the interesting part. Before we get to this, let me set the scene a little bit, because we already heard some of the terms and some of the names. And I'm not sure that everybody in the room is fully equipped to understand what is a stable coin, what is a tokenized asset. So let me quickly just introduce what we're really talking about, and then we will get right into the discussion. So just to start with, actually, as we already heard, this is really the development of the time. And three things, three names you hear quite often, and it's important to separate them a little bit. Number one is stablecoin, which is issued by a private company, like, for example, Circle and others. And this is, the company then holds reserves and promise you can return the token and receive the money back. The main job is movement, but we will come to that. What is important to understand, not everything in stablecoin is the same, so we have different type of stablecoins. We will probably get into some of that discussion, but it's really important to understand what is actually behind the stablecoin that is promised to get. Now, the second area I would mention is tokenized asset, which might be, the asset might be a bond, a fund, property. You mentioned the developments that we currently see here, where the token is actually a record of its own. It's not important. The token is a container, you could say. What is important is the thing that's underneath, that's behind the token. That's very important to understand. And then the last thing where many countries, including Uzbekistan, I think including also the Central Bank of Uzbekistan, is working on is what is called which is the digital currency or central bank digital currencies. Now this is a sovereign's money with the same finality as money of a central bank issues today, but of course with different ways to settle and different technology. Now all these choices are here, and it's really important to understand what is, you know, the best for the region. Uzbekistan is testing stablecoin, as we heard, also testing digital currency. But before we get into the discussion, I would like to open the panel and really say, now, if you think about it, and maybe the answer is roughly a minute, where do you see the industry at the moment? Where do you see the development? Maybe we start global and then we can move into the regional or even local discussion. Maybe I can start with you, John.
Well, in different regions of the world or different jurisdictions of the world have different choices. Of course, with those, we have capital management and we have concerns about AML and CFTs, also tele-frauds. We may choose the digital fiat currency or CBDC in those jurisdictions. But for those without any controls on the capital management, they have a very strong capital market and with deep and wealth and for this capital market, they may choose another route. For example, US, they choose the stable coins. So based on the constraints and also the capacities, different jurisdictions may have different choices. That will be based on or dependent on your own circumstances, like the development of the capital market or your regulations. So, but it's not what is wrong or what is the best, what is better, what's the worst. It will be based on your own situation. Thank you.
What is your view, Pavel?
So I would say we're kind of going through an interesting arc. So the crypto industry started from a number of individuals working outside the financial system and working hard their way to go up and go with the institutional adoption. So I'm constantly seeing that right now we, as an industry, as a crypto digital assets industry, we figured out this way, and a lot of conversation is happening on the real regulation issues, how to handle the flows, cross-border flows, how to handle monetary policy, like everything which is on the level of wholesale institutional adoption right now is actual conversation which is happening in the room with a lot of regulation going on. But I think right now what has to happen further is the further adoption on the individual level, but not the individuals who has created this industry, but the overall retail, how to make it like everyday life. And I think it's still a green field. A lot of regulators are testing waters, trying to understand how to apply banking privacy, customer protection, fraud management, and build necessary tools for that. And this is like we have a huge potential on that area. While we not yet have figured out the high level issues, but this retail part is still very, very early.
Rajesh, what's your point?
Yeah, thank you. So as a global custodian, we see the entire spectrum of transactions we process, but probably two compelling use cases are like in the cross-border stablecoin arena, primarily for SMEs and B2B because of the concerns surrounding around AML, not so much for P2P remittances. And obviously with the speed and with regulated stablecoin issuers, fully backed reserves like Circle, we see that traction picking up, but we haven't solved for the last mile when it comes to Forex liquidity in emerging destinations. So a lot of the advertised fee may be the on-chain cost, but you need to look at the full transaction across all the legs. And so that's something in liquidity we are trying to address. And when you work with these regulated PSPs, obviously they want to have these pre-transaction screening, sanction screening, the AML controls, travel rule embedded as part of the chain. The second we see are the institutions, banks, financial institutions, or traditional trustees in the capital markets. There, they're not looking so much for, as a first application, maybe cross-border, but they're more about the collateral, very simple, from a CFO treasurer's office. I have a lot of this pre-funded capital locked up, and I want better collateral mobility, and that asset mobility is what the blockchain offers. So you're able to move your tokenized government debt, T-bills, which almost all treasurer possess, much faster and deploy it as an executable object. And then the secondary use cases comes around, say for example, in emerging markets, the SME credit. How do you expose this to foreign institutional investors? Because getting in, you have to go through a lot of this friction. And so obviously it doesn't mean that blockchain immediately eliminates all the liquidity concerns, but it just makes it easier to bring a lot of this identity and data on chain. So it reduces that risk premium that institutional investors assign for these foreign assets. So we see that as well gaining momentum. And as a custodian, what we want to do is how you can have those policy controls, whitelisting, key management, segregation of assets that institutions are used to, working with the regulators, provide the similar framework that they operate under the banking charter or payment service provider license on chain.
I think we should hold some of the thoughts, because you already mentioned the difference between tokenized assets as an asset and stablecoin as a way for transferring money, basically, or maybe your view. Thank you.
As my colleague already
Yes, we
mentioned,
hear you.
it's clear that globally stablecoins are cross-border payments, and access to dollar liquidity where the traditional channels are costly or difficult. In the case of Uzbekistan, the situation is a little bit different, and I think it is an advantage. So the supervised stable token market is just starting to develop. But the underlying demand for fast and convenient cross-border payments is already here and well established. For example, in the first half of this year, remittances reached 9.3 billion USD dollars, and with more than half arriving to bank cards directly. So the functionality stablecoins offer the retail user is in this corridor and largely already delivered instantly and inside the regulatory perimeter. So that leaves us in a fortunate position now. Demand is proven and infrastructure works, and we still have time to decide where tokenization genuinely adds value, and rather than duplicating something we already have.
So I heard a positive view on the developments. What's your view on the industry?
We are living through probably some of the most interesting and defining moments in our financial history. We have the convergence of both AI on one hand and blockchain digital ledger technology on the other. And what that's allowing us to do is fundamentally rewrite the financial as well as the economic operating system if we choose to. And that rewrite allows us things that we have not been able to do before. I mean, it's amazing where we have come as a world, as a civilization, but there's still billion-plus people that are not banked. It still takes days to send money cross-border. It still costs up to 20% of a payment when you remit to countries that rely on it the most. There are still very real and very fundamental problems that we still need to solve. And we now have tools that will help us get there faster and get there in a more inclusive manner. I fully agree with what was said earlier around it depends on your starting point. The right answer for one country is not the right answer for another country, for another institution. But what is interesting and where we are is for us to try different things. 100% never works. Be ready for learning, be ready for adjusting, be ready for pivoting. But doing nothing is also making a decision which doesn't push you in the right direction. So make the decision that works best for you, be ready to learn, be ready to pivot, and be ready to look at targeting those challenges that we have not yet been able to target.
Thank you, Vacheslav. You have a clear strategy. What is your view on this, on the state of the industry and where it's heading and where you see this developing?
So let's say for us as for regulator of crypto assets here in Uzbekistan, so I'd say the main thing is not to spoil everything, first of all, and I'm kidding, but at the same time, of course, we're now we live in a very interesting moment when, as we understand, so the traditional financial system it didn't change a lot during the last 50 years, if I'm not mistaken. If we're talking about the securities market, it hasn't changed. It hasn't significant changes during the last 40 years, right? So that's why when we faced with the blockchain technology, what it brings a lot of changes into payment system, into the securities market, right? And first of all, through the stable coins and through tokenization of assets. But at the same time, we need to understand how we can handle everything, because we can't use the traditional tools for regulation of financial instruments, and we can apply it to the stable coins, right? Because it operates completely on different basis, because you have a faster movement of values from one point to another, right? So if traditional payment, it takes you, let's say, through this fee from 2 or 3 days, maybe a week, but here you can get your payment will be done in, let's say, 15 seconds, minutes, and etc. So it brings you some kind of advantages, right? But at the same time, it has risks. It creates some kind of risk, which you need to understand how you're going to manage with this risk, right? From the point of view of AML, from the point of view of some kind of monetary policy, because for example, how you're going to integrate stable coins in traditional payment system, and how you will reflect it in the monetary statistics and etc. So there are many issues how we need to solve. Regarding the tokenization of securities is one of the, let's say, big challenge, because what we have here, so when we started to learn the foreign experience, we faced that there is no approved, some kind of approved practical cases here. So I think that currently there is no country in the world that has a fully regulated tokenization of securities market. Because there are many approaches. For example, you can create a digital twin of traditional stock of bond, but if you are allowed to issue tokenized bonds or shares, so you need to understand how you're going to regulate the matters of the accounts, of how they should be paid, how they should be granted. And for example, one of the, I think the big challenge, how concerning the tokenized shares, how you're going to ensure the execution of the right of stakeholder. So this is from the point of view of your participation in voting and in corporate governance, etc. So there are many big challenges. There are things that the platforms like that will try to find something new that will help us to create a new regulation.
I think you mentioned a few very important points, the difference between what is important in the, let's say, cross-border payment area and what is important in the asset space. Now, maybe a question here, because we heard some of the applications only work if you do it cross-border. The real value sometimes is, for example, cross-border payment. In some other areas it might be not. Maybe a question to you, Samijan. are you worried about the different regulations that we see at the moment? How do you align on this? And let me build on what Vaclav was saying. How can you operate as a regulator in this environment? Do you have a view on this, how important that is? And later on, maybe we can ask people who are regulated how they deal with this.
Yeah, thank you. I want just to make a point on three aspects. First is backing. We have established a clear framework around the backing of supervised stable tokens. The backing requirements are explicit. Tokens cannot be issued beyond the available backing, and the relevant reserves are held under the framework established by the regulator. So we have substantially addressed that part of the risk. The second one is transaction data, which Slav already mentioned. So a token can move from one wallet to another without necessarily touching current banking accounts. So that means the transaction may not appear in the statistics which we use in our daily works, and it may create some difficulties to analyze for what reason it was used for payment, for storing, and we cannot analyze the direction and the nature of the money. So the third is economic purpose. A token used to pay a supplier and a token held for a year may look similar in transaction code, but for monetary policy that is different. First one is primarily a payment balance, but the second one is may represent or saving or asset allocation decision, which is fundamental for monetary policy making. So for us, the main is the data and measurement of the stable assets. That is why we approach to observe before we scale, and our sandbox is not only instrument to encourage innovations, but for central bank it is also the instrument of measurement and to help us to understand this issue.
And if I can maybe ask somebody who is regulated, Saeed, from your perspective, and maybe one point, there is always an elephant in the room that we say we see large volume, but what is the real economic transactions behind this? But really to get into scale, how do you see the different, with this different application that Sanju, what do you see? What is your wish from the regulator? What is your concern? What do you wish for?
Yeah, look, I think the regulator and the regulatory conversation is a critical one, given where we are. I mean, I'll just take a moment and ask everyone in the room, think about the last time you made a payment. Whether you used cash, you used your Visa card, whatever you did you think about it for a moment, about what it means? If you were accepting the payment, were you worried? Probably not, right? And the reason is because there's trust. There's trust. And this is where regulation is incredibly important. Right now, this is a technology that is new. People don't know, and it's normal to say, what is this? And this is why it is critical to make sure we have that right dialogue with the regulator, that we create, that there are regulations that protect the consumer and that provide that level of trust and comfort for the users. We are regulated in the US. We worked with the regulators on creating the Genius Act. And this is something that is very near and dear to our hearts.
I think that's a very good point. It's about working with the regulator to develop this. Maybe from your point of view, Changju, what do you see as the most imminent need? And maybe let's focus a little bit here on the concrete region to develop this. Because let's face it, at the moment, I'm not sure you're worried about, but nominally, a lot of this is dollar denominated. So do you have a view on that, how you develop this?
Well, before answer the question, I think we have to answer another question. what is the good for the real business. We have to draw a line between the measured on-chain activity and the real demand. A huge chunk of on-chain volume actually is arbitrage and watch trading and regulatory invasion rather than real-world trade and remittances. Now we have the genuine underlying demand is definitely here, definitely there, and across the regions, the cross-border, how to solve the cross-border payment frictions, especially the low efficiency and high costs. But the efficiency we've seen in the stablecoins and crypto assets today largely stems from the bypassing compliance requirements like customer due diligence rather than inherent technological superiority. To give you some constant context, our monitoring platform, the crypto monitoring analysis platform, we call it CMAP, we built several years ago, reviewed 16 public chains and 36 stablecoins. Out of the roughly 60 trillion in on-chain transfers last year, we found about 8.5 trillion US dollars was just internal rebalancing within the same institutions. And another 11.1 trillion was protocol level splitting, and 16.3 trillion was arbitrage turnover. That leaves about 25 trillion in real activity, but transactions with a genuine payment background accounted only for less 1%. So to answer the question, so we don't need just another product. We need a framework based on the principle of the same business, same risk, and same rules, along with robust cross-border regulatory coordination. Finally, I would like to underscore in that in my jurisdiction, virtual currencies are not legal tender and the related exchange and issuance are illegal. So that's the baseline for our view on this question. And of course, if you want to build a ecosystem for the stablecoins, the crypto assets, I think what we have to do first is to enlarge or enlarge the tolerance on money laundering, on tele frauds, on capital flight. Whether you are ready to have such a kind of tolerance, and whether you have a deep enough capital to accommodate the development of stablecoins and crypto assets. That's the question. Thank you.
Maybe I can turn this question to you, Rajesh. If you're also dealing with many regulators, of course, in the world. What do you think is the need to get to scale, and what is your wish?
Absolutely, great question.
And maybe time is flying.
Yeah, so I totally agree with this sentiment here. There should not be any regulatory arbitrage because you go on chain. A security token or a payment token, utility token, you come on chain doesn't stop being that instrument. So we spoke about public chains. Most of the institutions, for instance, we work with, they want a semi-permission private chain because they want to fully onboard, understand KYB, KYC the users. They want to have the same level at issuance, at transaction monitoring, at approvals, transaction limits, exactly just like how the regulator has it for traditional capital markets, securities, or for payments. They want to emulate the same model. And as an infrastructure provider, what we do is these approvals, signature mechanisms, transaction velocity, sanction screening and check, all of those can be embedded and done faster on chain.
Thanks for the short but that makes a lot of sense to me. Pavel, maybe from your perspective as a wallet.
So again, my role here is to bring the hardcore retail perspective over that, and I would say the following. The ecosystem of digital assets is developing at a much faster speed than the rest of the world, so to say, because a team of really talented engineers with an idea can hack something around like in a couple of weeks, and we'll have to face that. And then there is a huge audience of like hardcore retail users who know what to do, you know how to use the system and use those instruments in a way that nobody would expect. And like this innovation is happening in real time, and reacting to that with the regulation which was created on the principles which were formed over last centuries is extremely hard job, which I respect that regulators are doing. So like adding more sandbox and acknowledging that the best way to get this regulated is through experiments, through gathering the data, through understanding how these new tools and technology can be utilized itself in order to get to the goals that regulators have, primarily in protecting the monetary policy and the consumers. I think this is the best way, and we're here to work with that, to help with that, and this is kind of how we want to go on with it.
Thank you so much. I heard a lot about cooperation, that we all need to work together to get it done as an ecosystem, which is very important. This is about a network effect. The more people who do this, it's important. Time is flying. We are already actually 5 minutes to the end, and I'm told that we should not overrun too much. But I would use a last round, and please everybody keep it short. Maybe from each of the other panelists, if you had one wish, what would you wish from whoever you choose for developing this here in the region, in Uzbekistan, for the next stage? What is it that it's burning that you would say, please, let's work together to get it done? Maybe I start with you, Vachesla.
Well, I think that the first one is a key issue, that you need to understand what is a blockchain is and how do it operate. When you understand the technology, you know how to regulate it. Because the blockchain is just a technology, and the way you use it, it's very important. For example, one way to use it is a stable coins. Another way to use it is a tokenization. Another way to use it, I don't know, to guarantee some kind of integrity of data, etc. So this is just a technology, and the main issue, how you use this technology, what kind of value do you put in, and how you ensure the connection with the real world assets. So that's all. So first of all, you need to understand the technology which lies beyond of that. And this, after you will understand this technology, I think that it will be much easier to regulate it and to use it here.
That makes a lot of sense. People are talking about it without really understanding what it is. So maybe over to you, the last round. And please keep it crisp and short.
So my ask would be, let's find a problem that we can solve together. Very simple. I think building on, we will get into the depth of the tech, we will get into the depth of the solution, but let's pick a problem that matters and let's try and solve it.
I like that idea, to get what is actually, the objective and the value for people who use it.
Exactly, because if it's just experimentation, it'll fizzle out.
We are beyond that stage, I guess, right? So maybe to you, Samijan, what is the one sentence you would say?
From the perspective of monetary policy, there are two things I would particularly value from the private sector. First is Pavel, wallet level flow data is important for us. Not names, 3 basic numbers, how much moved, in which currency, and how much was held rather than spent. The second is from Saida, reserve information. So we need reserve reporting that central bank can actually use, and our framework governs tokens issued into the domestic perimeter, but regarding the foreign use tokens, it's very important for us. So a market that is measured is a market that can be understood for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Very clear, very, very clear.
Yeah, just a 30-second, maybe we spoke cross-border, so one retail use case, pick maybe Uzbek, Kazakh, stablecoin, and one wholesale could be tokenized deposits or CBDC at a repo or bank level.
Excellent, very good. Faber?
For me, first of all, on a daily basis or monthly basis, just ask, we here. And secondly, I would really love to see that the digital instruments, the stable coins, would be the first-class citizen in the payment network. Integration, the last mile, is very important for the adoption and very important for the transparency of this instrument for the public.
Thank you.
What is missing today is not a technical layer. It's not custody. It's not wallets. What we lack is cross-border regulatory coordination and actual enforcement, meaning information sharing, joint enforcement, and elimination of regulatory arbitrage. First, to the issuer and the platform operators sitting here, my ask is that you genuinely respect the regulatory framework of the destination countries. And second, to my fellow regulators on the panel, my ask is that we accelerate the standard convergence and collaboration enforcement, and through international bodies like the FSB and MBS, and because let's face the reality, effective on-chain CDD simply doesn't exist right now, and we cannot reliably identify the ultimate controller of the wallet. So my key takeaway for this audience today is this: establish the rules before you pave the channels. You have to dig the pond before you reach the fish. Thank you.
Oh, well, that's a very, very good last word, actually. So we have to conclude. I would just summarize this. I think what we heard is this is an amazing development in the region, in the world, but we are already at an advanced stage. I think, like you said, it's beyond the technology. It's now what's the purpose, what's the value, and I heard a lot of issues here that we can cooperate, need to cooperate, and we can build on the discussion. It's always, difficult to cut short these people. We had an esteemed panel with so much expertise and experience. We could, of course, talk much longer, but the time is over. Maybe you give a round of applause to the panelists, and thank you for the great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter, and your panelists. I guess there's a quick photograph we're going to take to, of course, commemorate those incredible insights that you've just made. Oh, do you want to take the photo? Right on the stage with your panelists. That's right. Please give them a big round of applause once again.
Yangi pul ekotizimi haqidagi mazmunli suhbatga guvoh bo'ldik. Yana bir bor eslatib o'tamiz, bemalol siz sinxron tarjimonlardan foydalanishingiz mumkin, chunki mavzular juda ham zo'r. Mavzuni yoritayotgan spikerlar esa dunyoda moliyaning yangi fenomenlari, ular juda ham tajribali va yangi O'zbekistonning bugungi platformasida bu kabi insonlarni vaqtini ajratib kelishni o'zi juda ham muhim voqelik. Va biz endi pulning kelajagi haqida gapirdik, aynan uning yaratilishi tajribasiga o'tishimiz kerak bo'ladi. Navbatdagi asosiy ma'ruzachimiz esa Tailandning milliy tezkor to'lov tizimi Prompt Pay'ni rivojlantirishda asosiy rol o'ynagan inson hisoblanadi.
Thank you once again, Peter, and your panelists. We are about to introduce our next speaker. This is also something you will not want to miss, because our next speaker championed Prompt Pay, which of course is a huge app in Thailand. It's the instant payment app that was available there. He also chaired the Central Bank Governance Group at the BIS, and his message is simple. Technology is the easy part. So please welcome Dr. Viratai Santiprabop, the former Governor of the Bank of Thailand. A big round of applause, please. Kun Santiprabop.
Tailand bankining sobiq raisi doktor Viratai Santiprabopni qarshi oldik.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning to you all. And many thanks to the Central Bank of Uzbekistan and GFTN for the invitation to join you here in Tashkent, a city that has sat at the crossroads of trade and ideas for centuries. It feels fitting to talk about financial transformation on a road that has always been about moving value of goods, of ideas, and now of data across borders. We all aspire to build a digital economy that strengthens our nation's competitiveness and lifts the standard of living for the majority of our people. Digital financial services are fundamental to that goal. If financial services cannot keep pace with technological change, it becomes very difficult to digitally transform the rest of the economy. But when financial services do transform, they become a catalyst for economy-wide change because financial services are not just the blood vessels of an economy, carrying capital to where it is needed, but also the source of the data and trust mechanisms that any digital economy depends on. In that sense, financial services are among the most critical pieces of digital public infrastructure a country can build. As a macroeconomist and a public policy maker, I have come to judge any public policy or piece of public infrastructure against 5 dimensions: productivity, inclusivity, immunity, adaptability, and integrity. Productivity means lowering the cost and friction of transactions and generating higher value for every dollar spent. Inclusivity means widening access, especially for those the formal systems tends to leave out. Immunity means resilience against shocks. Adaptability means keeping pace with new technology and a changing operating environment. And integrity means transparency and accountability throughout. These 5 dimensions form the compass I use whenever I design a policy or a piece of public infrastructure, and they are the lens that I will use to walk you through Thailand's journey today. Let me take you back 10 years to when Thailand was about to embark on an ambitious journey to digitally transform its financial services. By my own 5-dimension standard, our financial system in 2016 was neither productive, nor inclusive, nor adaptive enough. Let me explain why. Productivity. Customers back then overwhelmingly relied on cash, checks, and physical bank branches and ATMs. These were high-cost channels whose cost customers rarely felt directly because legacy competition has pushed banks into offering them for free. Banks then recovered those costs elsewhere by charging fees on the very digital services that were supposed to be cheaper and more efficient. This was a price distortion that discouraged the shift to digital payments. 10 years ago, Thailand recorded only 60 electronic payment transactions per capita per year, well behind our regional peers. Inclusivity, inequality in income, wealth, and opportunity has long challenged the Thai economy, and financial services play no small part. Bank lending was pretty much collateral-based, and information-based lending did not yet exist. So large number of households, SMEs, and startup entrepreneurs were shut out of formal credit and pushed towards high-cost informal lenders instead. Banks also charge steep fees for electronic payments, especially cross-border remittances, fee that large corporations were often exempted from, while retail customers, SMEs, and migrant workers bore the full cost. I was struck to discover that Thailand at that time had among the highest cross-border transfer fees in the world. 3 million migrant workers from neighboring countries were paying close to 10% just to send money home. Adaptability. Our payments and settlement systems were split into separate, non-interoperable rings by product type, each with its own settlement arrangement. An oligopolistic market structure reinforced by complex revenue sharing arrangements among incumbent banks block competitions on technology, service quality, and price, especially from fintech challengers. And because each system had its own data model, users could not draw on their own transaction history or build a coherent digital financial footprint. On immunity and integrity, these two dimensions were less severe, but still had rooms for improvement. On immunity, fragmented settlement system ran on different risks and liquidity management practices, and without a real-time, holistic view of liquidity flows across them, a payment disruption could quickly become a systemic stability incident. Foreign payment providers, meanwhile, had begun entering the Thai market alongside a large influx of tourists, with some transactions routed offshore, making flows harder to monitor and domestic businesses harder to protect. On integrity, an economy still running heavily on cash inevitably creates openings for corruption, fiscal leakage, money laundering, and illicit activity. And an oligopolistic market structure is rarely a friend of fair competition. So what we built? With those gaps in mind, the Bank of Thailand, the Thai government, the banking industry, and the fintech community set out together to transform the ecosystem. Among the initiatives we launched, PromptPay, a new instant payment system with no transaction fee, the Thai standard QR code for payment, and open payment standards usable by banks, non-banks, and international card networks alike, not a closed system controlled by incumbent banks. Blockchain initiatives for financial services, national digital ID, cross-border payment connectivity, especially within ASEAN, and a new Payment System Act, giving proper governance, legal backing, and regulatory authority over the new payment ecosystem. Let me share some of what we have achieved over the past decade. Electronic payment transactions per capita rose from around 60 a year to over 650, making Thailand a regional leader, while mobile banking transactions grew by more than 25 times. Cash withdrawal fell by more than 35%, check usage by more than 40%, and the number of bank branches by more than 30%. More than 3.1 million payment points now accept the Thai standard QR code, and our cross-border instant payment links, which connect bank accounts directly and bypass intermediaries, now cover more than 10 countries, with volumes growing exponentially each year. 10 million transactions already in the first half of 2026 alone, and most of them inbound. As new service providers enter the market, payment and transfer costs fell sharply, benefiting SMEs, underprivileged households, people in remote areas, and migrant workers. Our digital payment infrastructure also became the backbone for targeted social welfare and fiscal stimulus programs, reducing fiscal leakage compared with cash-based disbursement, and helping bring small, previously informal businesses into the tax base. Nowhere was this more visible than during the COVID-19 pandemic, when our digital payment system became the most important piece of public infrastructure in the economy. Beyond delivering government welfare and subsidy payments, PromptPay, working alongside e-commerce, social commerce, and delivery platforms, kept economic activity moving at the grassroots level through the COVID lockdown. That transformation is now a catalyst for the next wave, including AI-driven financial services, information-based lending, virtual banks focused on the underserved, stablecoins, and tokenized bank deposits. Ladies and gentlemen, not every initiative we launch delivers on its original promise, and some experience significant delays. So let me turn to what I consider the four most important lessons. Lessons I believe are relevant well beyond Thailand. First, mindset change among every stakeholder. Transformation depends on collaborations, and collaboration depends on shared visions and shared purpose. We had to convince bankers to look past the short-term hit to their fee revenue and focus on the future business opportunities and cost savings digital public infrastructure would unlock. Regulators, in turn, had to reimagine their own role, moving from gatekeeper to enabler, actively mobilizing support across the ecosystem rather than simply setting rules for it. Our regulatory sandbox proved an important mechanism. It was a platform to learn from one another, understand new risks, make informed risk-taking decisions, and let different mindsets converge. Second, clear guiding principles agreed early. Every transformation needs a shared Bible of principles agreed by stakeholders before the hard work begins. Principles that anchor trust and help resolve conflicts of interest as the project unfolds. For PromptPay, ours were explicit, as easy and free to use as cash, interoperable across providers, and designed to avoid the fragmentation in settlement and data architecture that had held us back before. We also agree at the outset to minimize reliance on cross-border intermediaries to keep the cost of cross-border payments low. Third, redesign the incentive structure to keep competition and innovation alive. Building the infrastructure was never the finish line. It needed to keep evolving with new products, better services, and improved technology, which means lowering barriers to entry and getting the incentive structure right. Once the ecosystem launched, banks accelerated their own digital transformation, sharpened competition, and rationalized costly branch and ATM networks, while a new generation of e-wallet and payment providers emerged, many built specifically to serve the underserved. Government played its part too, shifting welfare disbursements from cash to PromptPay and giving the new system instant credibility and scale. Fourth, put proper governance in place. Transformation ultimately means changing the behavior of everyone in the ecosystem, and that requires public trust, which in turn requires clear roles, authority, and accountability. The role of the payment system regulator needed strengthening. Consumer protection mechanisms and service standards needed to keep pace with changing user behaviors and expectations. Codes of conduct needed to be well designed and strictly enforced. Our new Payment System Act put this governance on a statutory footing. Data protection and privacy deserve equal attention. Customers should still benefit from their own transaction data, and as digital fraud and AI-enabled threats grow, system integrity will only matter more, not less. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to keep reminding ourselves that digital financial transformation is not a technology project. It requires ecosystem transformations that goes well beyond the technology itself. Indeed, the technology is often the easiest path to obtain. The road ahead is a demanding one, with technology and artificial intelligence especially advancing faster than ever. This forum sits on the ancient Silk Road, which thrived for centuries, not because of what merchants traded, but because of what they built together first: a common purpose, agreed rules, real incentives to join, and enough governance to make strangers trust one another over thousands of miles. Those are the same four foundations I have shared with you today. If we build them as carefully for our digital financial ecosystems as our ancestors built them for the Silk Road, what we carry forward will be worth just as much. I am certain that all of us here can continue to innovate and transform our financial services as a catalyst for the transformations of our economies, delivering greater productivity, inclusivity, immunity, adaptability, and integrity for the benefits of all our people. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Kabkunka, Dr. Santi Prapov, and so interesting to hear the Thai perspective of what was done to champion some of those incredible new innovations there. Now, we've talked a lot about AI, haven't we? And about trust, because we know that AI is only as trustworthy as the systems beneath it. And of course, AI is now moving into finance, changing how money moves, services are delivered, and decisions are made. So this next session is going to explore how Central Asia, this region that we are in right now, embraces global technology while keeping control of the systems that truly matter. So our next moderator will be James Bui, the CEO for Asia and co-CEO of Forums at GFTN. He'll be coming up here shortly with his panelists after Jamshed's translation.
Muhtaram mehmonlar, haqiqatda biz shunday zamonda yashayapmizki, go'yo bizga sun'iy intellekt har narsada yordam berayotgandek, lekin ko'p masalalarda u ozgina tashvish keltirishi mumkin agarda biz texnologiya bilan, tizim bilan to'g'ri integratsiya qilmasak. Bugungi asosiy mavzular ko'lami ham AI, ya'ni sun'iy intellektni moliya bozori bilan to'g'ri integratsiya qilish va bu borada Markaziy Osiyo uchun asosiy vazifa global texnologiyaga ochiq bo'lish, shu bilan birga strategik tizimlar ustidan nazoratni o'rnatish. Aynan shu yo'l AIni istiqbolli ishlatishimizga sabab bo'ladi, deyapti mutaxassislar. U mutaxassislar kim? Global Finance and Technology Network'ning Osiyo bo'yicha bosh direktori va forumlar bo'yicha hamraisi James Bui taklif etamiz.
James, the stage is yours.
Good morning and welcome everyone to this session. And the topic of discussion is on the screen, I won't repeat it. We have about 30 to 35 minutes for this round of discussion. And to kick off, I will ask each and every of my panelists here to give a short introduction about yourself and where you come from.
Okay, hello everyone. Good day, and my name is Alexander Simonenko. I'm a CTO of the Gorgona AI. We are a local company in Uzbekistan, which are developing the platform for governance and security purposes for using an AI. And also some custom projects. As for tomorrow, we also set up the memorandum with the Humo Pay and the Humo itself as a provider of the introduction to agentic payments to them. So thank you.
Thank you. Arvind?
Sure. Hi, my name is Arvind Shankaran. I'm with the Asian Development Bank. I advise both the private sector arms as well as the sovereign operations of ADB on matters relating to fintech. I was seconded 5 years ago by the government of Singapore as part of the collaboration between the government of Singapore and the ADB office. Previously, I was a commercial banker and a VC investor. Very excited to be here. Congratulations to CBU and GFTN for a spectacular fintech inaugural event. I believe 7,000 people have registered for the event, and it's a very interesting inflection point for Uzbekistan with the convergence of capital, technology, and policy coming together. So very happy to be on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sharon Bashar. So I'm a deputy head at Main Informatization Center, which is under Central Bank of Uzbekistan. So the last year and a half, so we were introducing and building AI solutions for central bank, which comes to generative AI and more traditional machine learning AI. So very excited to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. David.
So I'm David, David Melikidze. So I represent Uzcard Management Group. So this is the largest payment institution in the country. Local payment scheme, merchant acquiring, ATM as a service, open banking infrastructure. So to give the analogy, it's like a merger of the Visa plus Square plus open banking infrastructure is kind of very much unique in the region. So, and payment rails, local switch. So this is the merger of all this infrastructure. So, yeah.
Thank you, David. Yanan?
Yeah, my name is Yanan Wu. I am originally from China, now headquartered in Singapore. Formerly a nuclear physicist, don't blow things up, very peaceful, loving. And I have been providing fintech solution and AI financial inclusion for 100 million customers in 13 countries. Uzbekistan is our 12th country. Finally, we have a full-time staff here. So I love come to Uzbekistan. So hopefully share with our colleagues our financial inclusion vision through AI technology.
Thank you. We will hear more from Yanan. Yanan has got a very interesting background because he doesn't come from fintech. He came with a doctorate in nuclear physics, all right? So grab him for over a cup of coffee to understand why did he do a swap. So to set the context, I've prepared a short video clip. And this short video clip talks about this lady called Aziza. So Aziza is a young entrepreneur from Samarkand, right? But I wanted to do this video so that you could understand how AI decision can depend on many systems behind it and why that matters to the person affected. All right, shall we play the clip, please?
Aziza is a young entrepreneur in Samarkand who runs a small online business. She applies for a business loan through her phone. The bank verifies her identity digitally and uses AI to assess her application. The decision depends on information from different sources, an AI model supplied by an external provider, and cloud infrastructure that may be located outside Uzbekistan. Aziza's application is rejected, but the bank cannot give her a clear reason. It is also unable to establish whether the problem came from her data, the identity check, the AI model, or another system supporting the decision. The question is therefore not only whether Aziza can trust the AI decision, it is whether the bank itself can trust, understand, and control everything beneath that decision.
Thank you. Now, just to frame this correctly, the Aziza story is not about loan application or rejection. It is about whether banks, regulators, and countries can trust the systems that operate behind every important AI decisions. And the question that we would like to follow on is whether Uzbekistan should own every part of the technology. It is whether the institution responsible for a customer like Aziza can still understand what happened, question the outcome, and act when something goes wrong. Right. So, as a first rapid round of question, in one phrase, okay, which layer needs attention first in your view? Identity, data, payments, model, cloud, or the contract with the supplier? If you feel that there's other layering, please feel free to use it as your example. Let's start with Alex.
I guess data, because it's only layer that like you cannot import it from anywhere, and it depends. All the other layers depends on data itself. So if we have an error in data, it's all the other layers will inherit these issues.
Okay, wonderful. We start off with data. Arvind, what about you?
I don't know if we're going to get consensus out here, but I'm grounding myself in the current state of the Uzbekistan ecosystem, where I think data is in a reasonably good place. So with that assumption, I would say that probably the models and how the models are behaving, and particularly their explainability.
All right, so we have data, we have model.
Yes.
Right, let's move on to Shavran.
Yeah, in my understanding, the main problem is a lack of control. So each of these points could be the point of failure. Some are more complex, like if we talk about the inference of we didn't have failure of the cloud provider, for instance, or if the decision wasn't fair enough. So that's more difficult to address. So we need to fully understand what's happening over there to take this decision.
So we have data, we have model, and we have cloud. Did you say cloud?
No, I mean we need to have a control because
Control.
All
right.
Each
That's
time
right.
it could be different thing. Yeah.
Okay, good. David.
It should be data and the models, because I think I think we can elaborate on how from our perspective how it's structured and should be regulated. But I mean data and the models are something which is data is the local layer, and models is something which is maybe you can use international infrastructure, international models, but you have to validate on a local basis. So at least you should have those two for sure. In that case, yeah.
Okay, acknowledge that. And Yanan, what about you?
Yeah, I believe, as David just mentioned, data and model are equally important. If I have to choose, it's about model. Because now foundation model has been trillions of parameters. But model has to be transparent, if not open source, if so ever, yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay, we have different perspective and different answers to that perspective. Let's just focus maybe the next conversation around, can the bank trust the decision that AI makes, right? So to kick off this, I will direct the question to Yanan and followed by David. So Yanan, in your business where you have built up across 13 countries that you mentioned earlier, you recognize that AI can help people with limited traditional credit history gain access to financial loans in this case. So, but what must a bank be able to see and explain before it can use this opportunity for a customer like Aziza?
Yeah, thanks, James. I appreciate the video you just shared about the case of Aziza. First, I also want to congratulate our Central Bank of Uzbekistan, and the GFTN has such a wonderful Silk and Road Summit. I think everyone benefit so far. So, yeah, but back to the case of Aziza. Besides trust, the keyword, the other keyword I learned is rejection. Why we reject? Because we don't know how to price the risk. Okay, so most trustworthy is zero risk, right? But once you put the risk on, then there's a percentage probability of trust, right? So I think the reason that Surfin is willing to go to 13 countries now with 100 million customers is all about to know how to price the risk of a young consumer like Aziz. When we don't know the financial behavior of this young customer, they don't even have a financial history. We still need breached access. So I appreciate Governor Timoshev shared yesterday. Financial inclusion is one of the missions of Uzbekistan. But I understand inclusion meaning scalability. It's an empty phrase. If it's not scalable, the model and the pricing the risk is not scalable, then it's not inclusive. So that's why we need to stress test our model, our credit decision, based on different countries' user behavior. That means alternative data. That's the key word. I think now we are willing to share the data with Google, with cloud. And we have to pay for tokens by sharing the data. It's not fair. But imagine assets have to exchange for her data to exchange for financial service. Because fundamentally, I believe credit score is anyone's human right, including assets. Without credit score, you cannot start a financial journey. That's why credit scoring is so important. I appreciate Central Bank of Uzbekistan put that as a priority. AI for credit scoring based on data, alternative data. That's why Surfin provides social credit. Within 30 seconds, we can provide a credit score. Within 1 minute, we can disperse a loan. That's calling about inclusive and scalability and also instant access.
David, any reaction to that?
So from our perspective, when we are working on some AI benefits to the clients and the clients, so we are in the B2B2C business, so we offer some AI solutions to the banks, our partner banks, and they then translate it to the consumers. And when we are talking about the consumers, we have like 5 pillars that we focus on. We should have, so the AI solution, so we have to understand first. Then if we understand, we have to have the ability to audit. And if we audit, we have to have the ability to amend, then change, and then recover if something is getting wrong. So if those 5 items are set, so then we start working on that. And over these 5 pillars, let's call so, I mean, understand is always cross-border. So it's open source, AI, it's like open source frameworks, and all the rest pillars should be on our hands. So and we have to be able to audit, we have to be able to amend, we have to be able to, change, and if something goes wrong, to recover back. So this is our, when we talk about the consumer face modules, yeah.
Right. You probably have the most experience here as an implementer, right? I'll come back to you on that. Anyone likes to react to the question earlier?
I kind of have a comment to David's speech. Like, rework or return, from my perspective, in terms of agentic systems and so on, like AI-based systems, we should probably have some kind of fail-safe systems in terms of not react afterwards to return something, but predict or block it, or at least move to human approval level.
Calibrate. So to make it more calibrate, more advanced, right? So and as it was rightly said, you have to test it and then go to the client phase. Yeah.
James, I just wanted to step back and, as a regulator, I think the most important objective of implementing digital transformation and harnessing AI would be, apart from financial stability and market infrastructure, is to actually expand credit to small businesses, productive credit.
Right.
So I like your use case that you used, which is about Aziza, a small entrepreneur looking for a bank business loan. But to achieve trust, it's a lot harder, because if you, and I don't want to get too technical, but if you look at the origination and underwriting process for a small business loan, it has a data layer, it has a underwriting layer, it has a runtime layer where actually the credit decision is made using KYC, KYB, and then finally, once the loan is disbursed, there is a monitoring and a collections layer.
That's right.
Across these, there are probably about 40 different applications that touch AI or use AI in some form or the other. To get this infrastructure, application, and the orchestration layer all delivering trust is a hard thing to do, and therefore I think this deserves the the examination that we are having today.
All right. Would you like to respond, or you can come back to you later? Okay. So from the pointers that each of you have mentioned, whether it's risk, whether it's control, whether it's scalability, and coming back to you need to look at all the systems beneath it as a whole. I think the trust element is not so straightforward to answer, right? I'm not sure whether we had a conversation earlier in this morning that the banks here, particularly in Uzbekistan, has yet to really roll out the AI features or in the banking system and the processes yet, right? Would you like to just expand a little bit more?
Hello. Okay. So if we get back to this topic in some way, and also on the some kind of governance level, which are part of the proficiency of our company, as for me, there are three general ideas of what should be governed somehow, or what should be sourced, because there are three layers. The first one, which are impossible to somehow source to anyone, it's identity and customer data. Because all the banks inside the Uzbekistan, they store the data of their citizens, and also some foreigners that open the cards and so on. But if you don't have the customer data inside your jurisdiction, you can't somehow say what's the problem. This is back us to the Aziza's case, because if we don't know which data was used and how and where it comes, is it trustworthy and so on, we can't answer the main question, the problem, where's the problem. The second one, it's decision records. So we have the model, we can use whatever model, open source, some API from the OpenAI, Anthropic or whatever, but we should completely understand what's model C and what its return. So the login of the process, it should be like really strict, because if we have all the logs, we can understand the thinking process and we don't care where is the model. Is it sourced or is it local or is it whatever? And the third part, it's possibility to switch, because payments, like some kind of rails for the fallback and so on, we should have them. Because if we independent in these terms, we can use it for whatever, what is best suits for our case. The more specific model for our business case in terms of fintech, or switch from the local to foreign or whatever. And the general thesis I come up to thinking process about this case and so on. So we should keep the data and the evidence and have the exit in case of we don't have to reach something. So we can rent whatever we want, but keep the data and the evidence of the procedure, and you will be fine.
Okay, now we're going to move a little bit one step higher, right? Let me just move into the second part of the conversation, right? Now that we established the basic fact, is that for that to happen, for this trust to happen, what banks needs to own, and what can they outsource, right?
Yeah, I repeat.
Maybe I start with you first, right, since you are very much into AI.
I repeat myself in these terms. Banks for sure should own the data and all the regulatory audit stuff, so governance in general, because they should know which data are used and how clean it or so on. And the second part, they should see the process completely. They log it through the whole process, what's model get, what's model return, which data are used, by whom, who initiate the process, and so on. As clearly you know the process, as better you can answer to your customer in terms of understanding why is rejection coming. When you can see through, you will understand, okay, there's because you have some problems with your initial data. I don't know, some restrictions on you from government or whatever. Or if model rejected, okay, you will understand why, because you know the enter, you know the answer of the model, and so on every step. So own the data and all the governance of this data and work process. And that's fine. Everything else you can source.
Wonderful. I think you've been very consistent about your starting point as the data, right? Okay, anyone else would like to respond to that? Shavan?
Yeah, I would like to add some things. So the main thing we need to avoid is black boxes. So in Aziza's case, a bank is basically the black box. So you don't understand what's happening inside. That's why I mentioned the control, first of all. So we have two layers of this problem generally. So first one is, for example, infrastructure, as Alex mentioned, that somewhere it did fail. Okay, that's fine. So you can fix that by making more rigid SLAs, for instance, working with customers, etc. But more interesting part is AI always, because from a technical perspective, so you have like a full family of models. Even if you know the input and you know the output, you still cannot transparently say why this decision was taken, and that's the main problem. So we need to avoid these black boxes. We need to use the models which are explainable. Otherwise, how can we direct Aziza to the right place? What should she change in her application? I don't know, or in her case. And as a regulator, we cannot stop there and, okay, you have a black box, we can't do anything. So that's a bad position to be in. So we need to avoid black boxes. That's my thesis. Yeah.
I'm just going to, Yana, just hang on. I'm just going to go one step deeper to what you just say, right? So you work for the Central Bank of Uzbekistan. From your view, what do you think that can be outsourced? Because you can't build every tech stack within Uzbekistan, right? So what do you most comfortable that part of the tech stack can be outsourced, and what must retain back in Uzbekistan?
Yeah, for me it's a bit tricky question, because if you work with loan applications, for instance, there's a lot of personal data involved over there. And we cannot serve that abroad as well. So maybe you can have some sort of intelligence who will help you to build these models and build this AI to test, to validate that. Probably that could be outsourced. But if you take the process from start to end, it should be happening inside the country. So it's for bank decision to use a local vendor, for instance, who will help with that to build the system, etc. But it still should be in perimeter of the bank.
Okay, thank you. Yanan?
I think everyone now in this audience agree the future bank is open bank, meaning bank has to embed it in our daily circumstance, SME, any daily workflows. So I think embeddedness and openness is the future of our bank service. So that's why I think as a fintech company, to partner with a bank, like for example, we come here to celebrate, we partner with the Apex Bank here in Uzbekistan for the first project after we successfully launched our project in Kazakhstan. And tonight I'm going to fly back to Beijing to collaborate with the Japanese bank to issue credit cards for young foreigners who work in Japan, and to young migrants who use ATM machines in 7-Eleven convenience store. We have to help banks to transform our financial service, to embed it to our assets, like your video case again. Anytime, any now, they can access financial service, not rejection. It's just a matter what kind of financial service based on what kind of risk appetite for our customer. So I think that's fundamental, that we have banks to be open. Secondly, we help banks to be conversational, agentic based, meaning assets needs a financial agent. Assets deserve a financial advisor, even though it's a robot speaking in Uzbek language, anytime, anywhere, not just high net worth, not just middle class. Anyone, any woman who start a financial career, who start a family, they deserve a financial advisor, virtual agent. So I think agentic is the next what we can offer to the banks in Uzbekistan to help them to be more inclusive and to be more friendly, customer friendly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I have like small addition to Sharon's speech. As for the black boxes, I guess we are now living in a reality where like models, they are probability based, and they are like they always be kind of black boxes, but from terms of some kind of governance and so on, you should put kind of a lot of restrictions around them to keeping them in some kind of regulation based and the governance the idea. As an example I provide like yesterday on the speech, it's like somehow if the model reach like idea about doing something with the topic X or exceeding the amount of payment they want from the value of Y, so you should or human approve it or block it completely. But it can think about this, but cannot do this. So all the controls should be declarative, and we will probably live with this for like long future from now.
Okay, we are happy with that.
Yeah, my problem, I didn't understand all the things that you mentioned. Can you quickly summarize what you just said, please?
Yeah, I mean that you as a regulator don't like the black boxes. But AI in general or large language models, they are black boxes by definition. And yeah, we should cover all these black box with, I don't know, let's imagine white stripes. There are kind of restrictions that they cannot execute but can think about.
Yeah, I truly hope that we won't make loan decisions based on LLMs. So that's not the world we live in. And but we are talking about more traditional machine learning models, which are explainable. They can be 100% transparent. And as these decisions, they have a huge effect on our people, on the economy in the end. So we need to be able to control that, for sure.
I think if I
Arvind.
can just add one
Arvind.
word and again bring it back to the loan processing use case. I think the models generally train themselves well if there is a lot of data. And when you're granting loans to the middle of the target market, you typically have a lot of data on good versus bad, the loss experience.
That's
so the
right.
models train well, you have reasonable confidence on the decision being provided. The challenge is when you have the edge cases, you have thin file customers, new to credit customers, where there's not enough data for the model to be trained. I think that's where what lenders are doing today is that they're combining with rules. So there is a rules engine and there is input from the AI models that helps supplement it. And then there is also a human review. So you have a orchestration of these processes that enable or reduce the error of rejecting someone without being able to explain why it was done. But over time, as more new to credit borrowers come into the system and take repeat loans, the data available to models to properly serve them will become better. So I think it's a process of evolution of these models.
Yeah, I think that there's more to discuss here because there's still a lot of work to uncover, right? And we'd like to hear some examples from ADB perspective later on. But, leading from the question that I asked about outsourcing, what must be controlled within, what can be outsourced. Ultimately, if we fall back to Aziza case, very quickly, who should be held responsible? If, in the case that she didn't have a good answer, it was declined, she doesn't know what happened. What are your quick thoughts, anyone?
I think generally speaking, in any market, as rules and regulations are defined around lending and you have consumer protection laws, there is a need to be able to explain why you rejected a loan. In particular, I think earlier participants spoke about biases in models and having the caution that the models don't exclude certain vulnerable populations or profile certain types of borrowers. So I think there is an intrinsic need to be able to define that. So I would hold the lender as the primary responsible for having built those guardrails and consumer protection frameworks and processes to be able to provide an answer.
Anyone else? Yeah, David.
From our perspective, so the regulator should be responsible that data is properly stored. Data is properly protected. And in terms of the client's relationship, that's the responsibility of the financial institution where Aziza has the services. So it's bank. For sure, it's a bank who runs the model. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a data aggregator is probably the future because we leave trace of data anywhere. It's a matter consumer how to exchange to access any financial service through their own data. So data ownership, customer should decide what I want to share and how to exchange financial service. I think that's probably the key for regulator to set up the framework here.
Well, I think we all can agree that in this case, the bank cannot outsource its responsibility, right? Right. The financial institutions, the lender ultimately has to be responsible for any AI decisions, right? Okay, now let's just move on to the last conversation. Where should Uzbekistan start and what should they do next? And I come back to Arvind, your experience in ADB. Could you share some perspective on how Uzbekistan can get this started off?
I think there are a few observations that one can make on jurisdictions around the world who have engaged AI to enhance their market infrastructure. It spans a spectrum where there are some countries who have started with a policy framework and then kind of work their way into defining what the infrastructure should be and then finally build the commercial rules. And I think the previous speaker spoke about the incentives for commercial operators to be able to build viable, innovative business models that ride on top of that. So that's, you start with policy and then you work your way there. There are other jurisdictions who have started with, coming with a very infrastructure heavy approach where you build lots of digital public infrastructure, a lot of capital investments, and then you try and work your way to understand how is the adoption, what's the transaction flows, what guardrails need to be built, and then you write policy to actually control that. I think some of the regulators are quite agile. So if I look at RBI, for example, Reserve Bank of India, they have been quite active in, kind of defining how banks need to adopt AI. Recently, there was a guideline issued to all the banks to submit a regulatory audit of AI and how AI is being used within the organization, and in particular, whether there's resilience to external attacks. I think following, for example, the OpenAI and Hugging Face and the cloud had, so I think there's a very prescriptive requirement for banks to conform that their AI systems are not compromising their, enterprise security. So we have a whole spectrum. I think for Uzbekistan, it's, I think, a very interesting place where they can really adopt the best practices. So I think, the fact that we have many former and current regulators from around the world sharing best practices, and for GFTN as a enabler of this conversation, I think it's a great way to start to be able to create the right playbook.
Wonderful, thank you. Policy, start with policy. Anyone else? Shavan.
Yeah, I totally agree that we should start with the policy, but other things should go and build in parallel as well. So otherwise, if we build really strong, rigid policy that may stop the innovation or slow down innovation, which is not think what we want. So start with policy and build on top of that.
Start with policy, not over-regulating that stops innovation.
Yes.
Alex.
I add and a bit change the topic. I will start with not the policies, but more with the principles, because all the policies around the world connected with AI nowadays, they based on the primary the same principles. They're like human oversight, they're data protection, and so on. Build a system in following with these principles and possibility to be a bit flexible to the configurations, because all the policies next will build also on the same principles. And also, you should understand that AI systems and AI agents as a participants on financial flow, it's probably in the same terms of regulation from point of CBU, because agent and the user or bank customer are pretty the same idea in terms of agentic payments and agentic transactions. They should follow the same regulation restrictions and so on.
Okay, thank you. All right, principles as a call. Shavan?
A lot of has been said, but I support the policy-wise. So there is a policy, and the central bank, like it's being done, should kind of define the rules of games. For me, it's like rules of games on a policy-wise, and then that's it. I'm not saying of course. I mean, data protection, consumer, this is not the part of this, it's like by default that. But in terms of the AI, it's the rules of games on a policy-wise, and that's it.
Okay, I'll just call it rules of engagement. Finally, Yanan?
Ecosystem.
Okay.
So I think I appreciate CBU has this 2030 strategy, right? So I think hopefully tech plus fin, private fintech company can work with bank together under the guidance of CBU, the policy, to better ecosystem. The other thing I appreciate, CBU have this vision for 5,000 young fintech talents. So I hope Surfing can contribute to have part of this 5,000 talents, because Uzbekistan needs better financial literacy, better talents to formulate the whole environment to be welcome and fintech. So I hope we can teach our consumer the better financial consumer using the technology, using how to use data well. Thirdly, to bring more international capital. I hope, with previous panel about tokenization, right? Hopefully our microloan assets, our consumer loan assets can be tokenized and welcome more international capital to contribute to flourish our local economy, to be the real blood of the Uzbekistan future.
100% agree. You start with talent. Talent will attract investment. All right. in the interest of time, I have to conclude. There's a lot more to be discussed, but we can't do it in an environment like this. So feel free to engage any one of the panelists later on. So let's give a round of applause to all the panelists here. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. James Boy va ularning speakerlari. Bilasizmi, James Boy juda ham moliyaviy eshitiladi. Boy so'zi bizda qanaqa? Millioner degani, o'ziga to'q degani, olqishlab qo'yamiz. O'zbekcha chiroyli takalluf.
Thank you, James. And
We
your
invite you
panelists.
for a group photo,
A
please.
quick photograph. How extraordinary. And what great insights about the trust that builds the systems. We will continue to trust as a topic in the next session as well. It is so fundamental to everything that we do within FinTech. Once again, James Boy and his panelists, fantastic insights as always. Good to see you.
Minnatdorlik bildiramiz. Ekotizim haqidagi insightlar, bugungi zamonaviy moliya va undan himoyalanishda biz bir jihatini inobatga olib, uning ekologik tanazzuliga yo'l qo'yib berishimiz kerak emas deydigan tashabbuslar yangradi. Aynan moderator hamkasbimga yoqqan insightlardan biri ekanligini ta'kidladilar. Rahmat.
And as I mentioned, trust is also very fundamental in our next session because we've been talking about instant payments, you know, the speed of finance. But of course, as they grow, so do fraud risks and cyber risks. And in an AI era, of course, we know the same technology can be used to power fraud and be incredibly damaging as well. So how do banks, regulators, and global networks protect us, all the consumers, and themselves? So next up is our moderator, Artem Saidov, the head of cybersecurity at KPMG Uzbekistan, with his panelists who will be talking about this very important issue.
Xonimlar va janoblar, ishonch mavzusini izohlashda, sharhlashda davom etish tashabbusi bildirildi. Eng muhim nuqtasi kiber xavfsizlik haqida. Ya'ni yana o'sha biz ishonayotgan AI uning o'zi bizni qaysidir ma'noda xonavayron qilishi mumkin agar ehtiyotimizni qilmasak yoki u bizni himoya qilishi ham mumkin. Sun'iy intellekt davrida bir texnologiya ham hujum qiladi, ham himoya qiladi. Banklar, regulyatorlar, xalqaro tarmoqlar bu to'lov tizimiga qanday himoya qilinish bilan qarshi chiqa oladi? Bu muhokamani esa KPMG Uzbekistan kiberxavfsizlik bo'yicha rahbari Artem Saidov olib boradilar. Moderator, marhamat.
Artem, over to you.
Artem Saidov, marhamat.
Thank you very much. Okay, it's working great. So, good afternoon, dear guests, colleagues, and friends. Welcome to our session, Trust at the Speed of AI, Cyber Resilience and Fraud Detection in Payment Rails. Across Central Asia, we are in the middle of the huge digital transformation. And this transformation, this speed of movement of money inside and across borders is, of course, for satisfaction of our clients, but also it's significantly changed how we defend against cyber crime and fraud. Today, artificial intelligence powers both sides. From offensive side, threat actors leverages automatic reconnaissance, synthetic identities, and highly sophisticated social engineering at scale. On the defensive side, finance institutions rely on scoring, behavioral analysis, predictive risk modeling, automated response for protecting critical infrastructure. Trust is no longer a static compliance checklist. It's active and dynamic resilience. In the next 30 minutes, we're bringing together the whole ecosystem, global payment networks, regulators, banks, senior leadership, and front line of defense to understand how we could safeguard these critical payment rails. Please join me in welcoming our panel. Mirzabek Babajanov, Head of Unit CERT CBU, Central Bank of Uzbekistan. Nikolai Belstein, Senior Director, Consulting and Analysis, Visa. Umid Hakimov, Chief Executive Officer, İPAK Yıllı Bank. Zahir Mirzaev, Director of Information Security Department, Asaka Bank. So, let's start with the first question to all panelists. Digital payment adoption in Uzbekistan surged from 39% in 2021 to 72% in 2025. Did cybersecurity and resilience scale at the same speed, or are we still playing catch up? Please.
Thank you very much, Artem. That's a real good question. I would say that the previous years, the security has made significant progress in the Uzbekistan. Also, the digital payments are increasingly growth fast. So, because of the average age of Uzbek citizens are around 28 years old, and all of them are ready for new technologies, for new projects. They always try new digital technologies. So there is also another part, the security part, that is also increasingly with AI, with digitalization, that makes some risks in our country, unfortunately. So I would say that the security part should be also increased together with digitalization. As a central bank, we try to regulate the security, cybersecurity, with the last international standards, policies on the best practices. About the AI, that makes change now around the world. I would make some examples that happens previous years. The fraudsters called to bank client. He introduced himself as a head of director of the Central Bank of Uzbekistan. They were making a video call with the client, and the client visited the CBU website and checked, and there was this photo, the guy who is the head of our department in the central bank, and the fraudster changed his face with AI, and he was acting as a director of the department, and after that the client believed to this fraudster and sent him a lot of money. That was a case that the fraudster started to use AI in the transactions. So we see that the threat landscape is changing. We face not just with the attacks to banking infrastructure, we see the growth of social engineering, the phishing attacks, account takeovers that is happening in Uzbekistan. From the beginning of this year till now, around 18 million transactions, suspicious transactions, were stopped by the commercial banks and payment organizations. Why? Because we required from banks that everyone should have their own anti-fraud systems based on AI. And the banks are using anti-fraud systems, and they are protecting clients. But it doesn't mean that it helps with 100% against the fraudsters, just because of the financial literacy of the citizens of Uzbekistan. So that's why everyone should be more careful, because everything is changing every day. The threats, the methods that are using attackers or fraudsters. So that's why we have to be ready for new attacks or fraud cases. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? So basically, from my point of view, the situation at the moment is that the amount of digital payment has been grown and doubled, right? Meaning that the threat landscape is also doubled, meaning the risk is also doubled. And that's the main problem, right? So it's not about the trust, it's more about the risks which we as all the service providers, issuers, merchants, and etc., we have to accept. And we should manage this risk in a proper way. Thanks God, we have very good regulators, and they are quite strong in this one. Of course, you know, one of the initiatives what has been done in Uzbekistan, they established the CERT, the Co-organised on my side. So, you know, it's really good investment. But from the main issues and challenges which ecosystem is currently facing, it's not about the payment systems or ecosystem itself. It's more about weakest part who are sitting here, us, we as the human beings. This is the main message that we should focus heavily into education and awareness of our customers, because the similar cases what you just mentioned just recently, it's very easy to avoid by educating customers, saying that, okay, if you really think that it is kind of okay, but please double check. Just make a call back to the bank and ask about, is it really a legitimate person? And of course, I believe that it would be completely different story and use case would be completely different here.
Thank you very much.
Let me first start from statistics. In the last 5 years, number of cybercrimes increased from 4,800 cases to over 62,000 cases. This is official Minister of Internal Affairs statistics. And losses, total losses, which were admitted by, let's say, both individuals and companies in this period of time exceeded 3.8 trillion sum, which is a huge number. More than half of that number were, let's say, distributed in 2025. I would like to mention two things. First, my colleagues mentioned about financial literacy, that individuals have been, need to be taught, need to be aware, because you mentioned statistics that number of users increased from 39 to 72%. This means there are huge number of users coming and using the, let's say, payment system first time in their life. Means they do not have basic knowledge about the security, about data protection, etc. This is one point. Second point is that this relates mainly to SME clients. You know that SMEs are representing the biggest part of Uzbekistan economy. And most of the time, SME companies, they do not have IT or, let's say, cybersecurity teams in their, let's say, staff, and these eventually, shift the whole responsibility, I would say disproportionate responsibility on commercial banks. Banks are taking care by introducing proper, let's say, system on their, let's say, systems, in the cybersecurity systems in order to protect the data coming from, or let's say, to improve the mistakes coming from the SME clients. That's the point.
Thank you very much.
Если разрешите, я на русском отвечу.
Конечно.
Да. На сегодняшний день очень много транзакций, и чтобы это защитить, нужно много ресурсов. Из-за того, что ресурсов не хватает, приходится использовать максимальный искусственный интеллект. Что такое искусственный интеллект и можно ли доверять? Мы вот прослышали в предыдущей дискуссии. Чтобы все это контролировать и управлять, чтобы ловить аномалии или неправильные запросы, надо всегда его модернизировать. А для этого нужно очень много специалистов. К сожалению, сейчас на данный момент таких специалистов очень мало. Надо больше этих специалистов готовить, чтобы мы могли на сегодняшний день отражать все эти угрозы. Без специалистов, как говорится, одна сторона это технология, вторая это специалисты. Без специалистов идти со временем очень тяжело.
Спасибо большое, Хиркин. Thank you very much, colleagues. So, when attack methodologies evolves, they rarely stays in one region. Usually they move across. So, to understand where those threats are heading next and what mistakes can we avoid, let's zoom out to global point of view. And my next question is for Nikolai. Visa operates across dozens of diverse markets, giving your team first-hand visibility into evolving threat vectors. From your global point of view, what fraud trends is arriving in Central Asia today, and what expensive mistake can we avoid?
Well, I think that it is one of my famous topics, frankly speaking. So, in my opinion, it's not only in Asia, it's everywhere, it's globally.
Yes, you're correct.
So
That's
the problem is global, it's not local here. And basically, everyone is attacking not companies, non-fintechs. The main attack pattern and chain is the weakest point is a human being. And they are attacking the trust, because after that, they're creating a lot of hype. right? So the main thing is that the social engineering is so easy nowadays. It takes minutes to create fake emails just to phish users, right? So it takes minutes and seconds to create certain malware to attack end users and customers, right? The same example which we just heard at the very beginning, deep fakes. It's also very easy to create and replicate nowadays, and it doesn't require a lot of skill set. It requires just a little bit of investment of your personal time. Use the same AI just to learn out of AI how to create it, because even existing models are more than welcome to explain to you how to create it for educational purposes, if you know how to create the proper and right questions. What is quite interesting and silly, but it is like this, all right? So, and see, the main problem globally is that many banks, many companies, and regulators as well, they are creating defense based on yesterday approach, not as it is today. Of course, for regulators, it takes time to adopt, because they can't issue regulations like this with one click, because it has a proper how to say, chain of approvals and etc. But adoption here is that once we will have a faster response, meaning that issuers, banks, should not see only as a regulatory requirement. It should have a support from the executive management to have a proper investment into cybersecurity, right? Again, it's not only about the cybersecurity, it's into AI. And fraud here could be very easily mitigated by AI. There are certain use cases where human being cannot, simply physically cannot oversee this kind of massive amount of data, and AI does it within milliseconds, right? So for example, we as Visa, we are processing billions of payments, right? And we have to make a decision in real time based on our skills, based on our AI knowledge. Is it legitimate payment or not? Is it secured payment or not? And we have only milliseconds to respond from our end, right? But continue saying that, you know, AI will, it is not a panacea, right? So it cannot fix everything in your environment, right? So because it takes time to, you know, to invest into AI, it takes time into learn into AI, and then how to adopt to AI in your internal processes. But it's quite important to fix the world by simply educating other side. It's not only about this side, this is another side.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. So, moving on to the regulator point of view. My next question is for Mirzabek. Today, the line between cyber attacks and fraud is increasingly blurred, with AI powers both. How must regulatory framework and supervisory approaches evolve to manage cyber resilience and fraud defense simultaneously?
Thank you very much for the question. I believe the most important change that we are doing today is moving from compliance-based approach to risk-based supervision in the central bank. As my colleague mentioned, that we cannot change every day our regulation requirements, so we are trying to manage it based on the cyber risks. So recently we finished our project on digitalization in the central bank, where we developed a few documents. First is the cybersecurity strategy for the banking sector. The second is the risk assessment methodology based on maturity level of the commercial banks and payment organization. And we also had so many other documents. So we are planning to make a focus more on the institution that has more cyber risks and the fraud risks, because we cannot cover all the institution. We cannot go and audit everyone. So that's why our vision will be more on the risk level, who has the risk level, low risk level, and the maturity level. And also we have developed a new framework, cybersecurity framework. We will launch it and implement it next year. It will be totally different regulation requirements, because nowadays we have so many requirements from the commercial banks. So next year it will be different. We will supervise the maturity level, the risk level of every organization. And so we will focus on them. We will go and audit this organization who has low level of the score. So that's our main goal for today. And also, I will explain a little bit about the framework that we will launch next year. There will be 4 levels of maturity. For example, the significant bank should follow the hardest rule. The bank who doesn't have so much clients, who is not so digitalization, they will follow the lowest requirements that we will have. So before we have to, of course, make the questionnaire and ask from them all the documents and what's going on their organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Medved. Okay, so let's move next to the bank's leadership point of view. Umit, my next question is for you. Balancing cost optimization and bank-grade security is an ongoing executive challenge for every executive leader. What is your bank's approach to leverage AI for operation efficiency without creating new security blind spots?
Thank you very much for this question. Indeed, as you mentioned, AI is a very efficient tool to optimize the costs within the bank, especially in the environment when the competition is rising and the pricing is becoming a very sensitive topic among the banks. In Ipakuli Bank, for instance, I would say some statistics, we have more than 5 million, let's say, customers. We have more than, let's say, 5 million cards issued, both, let's say, Visa cards and local cards. We have about 900 ATM machines. We have over 20,000, let's say, POS terminals. This is very costly, and applying AI can really save us cost. But important thing is about security, We cannot apply, let's say, AI without proper understanding the risk, This is one side. Another side is we have to build the infrastructure prior to applying AI, Because we can, let's say, observe already in the media, the situation when AI is coming out of control and breaching, let's say, systems on the global level to top, let's say, companies, We are not protected from that, Means we have to use that as a knowledge, as a tool, as experience, in order to make, let's say, prior and very efficient steps and to protect our data. So we are focusing mainly on infrastructure, and then we are talking about efficiency and, let's say, cost optimization.
Thank you very much. So moving next to the defensive front line. My next question is for Zahir. From automated advisory tactics to machine speed incident response, AI is shifting the entire threat landscape. Looking at the both sides, which offensive and defensive capabilities stood out most to you, and which one have you already begun adopting? Захир Аке, ИИ меняет весь ландшафт угроз. Рассматривая обе стороны, и наступательную, и защитную, какие из возможностей выделяются для вас больше всего, и, возможно, какие-то из них вы уже начали адаптировать?
Да, на сегодняшний день, во время, когда ИИ бурно развивается, раньше определить атаки, время нужно было от 6 до 12 часов. А сегодня уже, к сожалению, это время очень уменьшилось и уменьшается. На сегодняшний день, если вы атаку не определяете в течение 1,5 часа или полчаса, злоумышленник может пройти ваш контур и взломать вас. Для этого мы, конечно, уже начали использовать в редтиме, в блютиме искусственный интеллект, помощники ИИ. Что они дают? В редтиме это очень снимает барьер по ресурсам, по времени. помощники ИИ очень сильно помогают протестировать предложения, найти уязвимости, чтобы своевременно все это закрыть. А в Blue Team это тоже самое большое у нас это время. Если мы вовремя не определим и не закроем свои бреши, мы тогда не сможем ничего сделать. Нас всегда взломают. Поэтому на сегодняшний день это не только определение взлома и своевременное безопасное определение и закрытие этих уязвимостей. Без этого никак. И уже на сегодняшний день это уже большой наш помощник в сфере защиты ИБ. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое, Захиркин. So, let's give our audience a single actionable takeaway. So, to all panelists, in one concise sentence. What is the single most critical capability, technology, governance, or collaboration Central Asia finance sector must build in next 12 months to maintain payment trust? Please.
Okay, so if I have to choose one, I will choose collaboration, because the ability to share fraud and cyber cases in real time helps a lot to the institutions. So that's why I'm choosing the collaboration, because no single bank, no regulator, no other providers could be against the attacks or frauds that is happening in real time. So there's experience exchange, information exchange is very important nowadays.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Shortly, sharing is a caring. Right? So, because in case if we will not share our experience, we will not succeed. In the cybersecurity, that's the must. See, the fraudsters, they are sharing their ecosystems. In fraudsters' systems, they are sharing our experience, what works, what doesn't. In cybersecurity, we should, and that's basically not should, we must do it, otherwise we will not succeed, right? So there are certain use cases where, of course, you know, many banks, many issuers, or even regulators, they're not happy to share. I do understand. But at the same time, if I know I am the Chief Information Security Officer of Bank X, and I know that there is attack happening on Bank Y, right? Meaning that I will be prepared. I know what is happening there. And frankly speaking, from my experience in the Nordic region, is that it showed that once one bank is under attack, meaning that the next bank will be in attack in hours, maybe in days, meaning that it makes me ready and prepared for a potential attack. I am staying alert. So it is quite important for society to share, and especially in a closed community, even, you know, sometimes with under closed NDA, right, or strict NDA, that if I'm sharing, meaning that it will not used against me, even from the regulator perspective, because that's true, right? Because the regulator might get in, but at the same time, you know, like if I will share what I've done to protect myself, meaning that other banks might do the same in their own interest.
Can I add some remarks?
Yes, of course.
So you are totally right. That's why we, as a central bank, has launched recently the MISSP platform, where we integrated all the commercial banks, and they share the cyber cases that is happening in real time. So everyone is integrated, and everyone can see what's happening in another institution. That's all.
Yeah, that's great initiative.
May I ask you another question? Sorry for challenging, right?
Of course.
So that's why we have a panel discussion, right? How openly they are sharing this information?
Oh, at the beginning it was a bit problem, but now they start to share the information, because we've launched it like 2 months ago, if I'm not wrong. So it's pretty new. So that's why at the beginning it was hard just to say then, please share information. But now it's becoming more and more better.
It must become as a habit.
Yeah.
Now they know the value of this sharing, so that's why they share more. And I think they will share more in the future, of course. So threat actors sharing information show So we also should do it. Maybe more better than they. So please.
Yeah, thank you. What I would like to say is that when the fraud case happens, people always ask one question: who is responsible for that? And we try to guess who is responsible: bank, regulator, vendor, telecom company. Because this, let's say, all parties, they work in one ecosystem. It's important, I think, to create information exchange, as my colleague from Central Bank says, and involve all the parties, you know. So this is, again, sharing, caring, but everyone trying to do their own, let's say, kind of knowledge gaining and, let's say, starting on their own, let's say, way. Banks on the cybersecurity, vendors on, let's say, developing their, let's say, process, et cetera. But if we combine that all, you know, if we create this ecosystem and we'll, let's say, manage proper, fast, timely information exchange, I think that can be the prerequisite of security increase in our, let's say, Central Asian, let's say, region.
Thank you. Захирке?
Я соглашусь с нашими коллегами, что надо объединяться, меняться опытом. Вот начал старт делиться данными. Я думаю, это только начало. Дальнейшее будет еще круче. И вся информация между банками будет меняться автоматически. Кроме этого, надо еще, чтобы банки были прозрачны для своих клиентов. Было больше информации про кибергигиену. Это с школ, с институтов. Люди должны понимать, как правильно пользоваться своими приложениями, как распоряжаться своими личными данными, чтобы не уходило никуда, чтобы они не устанавливали разные вот программы. Как говорится, 90% защиты – это если вы правильно пользуетесь программным приложением, а 10% защитит банк. Поэтому самое главное – это открытость и прозрачность для своих клиентов.
Thank you very much. So, to close our discussion, speed without resilience is systematic vulnerability. And as we have heard today, sharing is everything. Sharing is the most important thing that we discussed it in such details. So, trust is the currency of digital economy. And how we build this trust in the era of AI will define Central Asia finance future. Please join me in giving warm applause to our panelists. Nikolai Belstein, Mirzabek Babakjanov, Umid Hakimov, and Zahir Mirzaev. Thank you all for your time and for your great insights.
Rahmat, спасибо вам, уважаемые господа, xonimlar va janoblar. Kunning birinchi yarmidagi asosiy panel yakuniga yetdi. Barchaga ishtirok uchun minnatdorlik bildiramiz. Еще раз благодарим.
Can I just quickly say, don't leave the room just yet. We have a couple of very crucial announcements. So while Artem and his panelists are taking the photographs, please stay in your seats. Some very important announcements you do not want to miss.
Ana endi eslatib o'tamiz, bugungi forumning ikkinchi kuni haqiqatda juda konstruktiv o'tdi. Sun'iy intellekt, kiberxavfsizlik, buning atrofidagi barcha mavzular men nazarimda shu yerdagi talabalardan to moliya fenomenlariga qadar bo'lgan olamni qamrab ola oldi. Biz esa ayni daqiqalarda forum ishida tushlik e'lon qilamiz va kichik bizning eslatmalarimiz bor. 13:00 dan boshlanayotgan mana shu tushligimiz 14:00 da yana yig'ilish bilan boshlanadi.
I'm just going to jump in there because I think people are leaving and we've got important things to say. So, obviously, investor hours continue at 1 p.m. There's workshops this afternoon. Remember, I hope you've all been taking lots of photographs and have hashtagged SFF. This is a chance to win a US $5,000 prize to go and visit the Singapore FinTech Festival, the city that I am from. Please scan that as well because it is brought to you by GFTN, and that is the My GFTN platform. They bring you the Singapore FinTech Festival every year, something you don't want to miss. And of course, that platform will give you all the specialized data at the hands of GFTN. And one quick reminder as well, if you are joining us tomorrow at the Islamic Civilization Center, remember spaces are limited. So do express your interest at the registration desk. You will get a colored sticker. Now, if you've come from a long way to join us here in Tashkent, you do not want to be disappointed. You do not want to miss it. Please make sure you express your interest. And back to you.
Muhtaram mehmonlar, hozirgina moderator aytib o'tganlaridek, ertangi Islom sivilizatsiyasi markaziga tashrifda ro'yxatda o'tmagan bo'lsangiz ulgurib qoling, chunki hozircha ham imkoniyati bor. Biz esa barchangizga yoqimli ishlar tilaymiz. Дорогие друзья, мы сейчас объявляем перерыв на обед. Желаем вам приятного аппетита и хорошего общения. Спасибо за внимание.
Wonderful. We'll see you back here at 1:40 p.m. Enjoy lunch.
Muhtaram forum ishtirokchilari, xonimlar va janoblar. Forumning ikkinchi qismi sanoqli daqiqalar ichida boshlanadi. Bo'sh o'rinlarni egallab olishingizni so'raymiz. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat.
A new financial system is taking shape, and with it, a need to close an 800 million job gap.
And the idea of making jobs a critical element of dignity and growth.
To fund the innovation that creates those jobs, and to write policy fast enough to govern the change. There is a way forward, finance and technology built as engines of opportunity for everyone. Born at the Singapore FinTech Festival, the Global Finance and Technology Network connects policymakers, financial institutions, investors, and entrepreneurs across 5 continents, building capacity, delivering solutions, opening access to capital. Alongside global stakeholders, GFTN develops the next generation of digital finance talent, strengthens local ecosystems, opens corridors, and unlocks growth. As finance is reshaped by AI, tokenization, and quantum computing, GFTN built Alfin, an AI-powered policy and market intelligence engine. And with the University of Western Australia and ST Engineering, its QFinex framework is proving quantum simulated solutions. At the heart of it all are the founders. Through Founders Peak and Investor Hours, GFTN connects them with capital and partners, such as SBI Holdings and Axion, to fund innovation at scale. These aren't tomorrow's challenges, they're today's. GFTN is here to build the future of finance with you, so its benefits reach more people, in more places than ever before.
GFTN, innovating finance for everyone.
The global rewiring of finance has begun, driven by 5 forces, all at once: technology, geopolitics, capital, talent, policy. What's decided now, in law and in code, will shape finance for years to come. The people who write the rules and those who build and operate the system will be in Singapore. 1 week to make sense of it all and leave with your 2027 strategy. The Singapore FinTech Festival 2026.
Welcome back. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch and you're all refueled for an exciting, action-packed afternoon. We have so much more to go on day 2 of the Silk Road Finance and Technology Forum. And as you saw there on some of those videos, we know digital transformation is truly transforming the Silk Road into a modern Silk Road. But of course, connectivity, we know, doesn't just happen by itself. It needs the rails, the capitals, the rules to connect markets. And interoperable systems are crucial. They are part of what makes it all work. So how do we move from separate national markets to a genuinely connected digital ecosystem? Well, that is the topic we'll be discussing next in our next session, which is going to be moderated by Chik Tung Fu. He's the Director of Regulation and Policy at GFTN. He's going to join us on the stage very shortly, but Jamshed will translate what I just said.
Muhtaram mehmonlar, sizni yana qayta ko'rishdan xursandmiz. Bu gal qorni to'q, kayfiyati yaxshi holatda. Har holda hozir yana tamaddini tugatgan muhtaram forum ishtirokchilari bo'sh o'rinlarni to'ldirishadi, lekin biz kunning ikkinchi yarmidagi panel yig'ilishini davom ettirishimiz kerak. U konstruktiv impulsga ega. Buyuk Ipak yo'li mamlakatlaridagi jadal raqamli o'zgarishlar mazkur kontinentni, ya'ni mintaqani yagona raqamli iqtisodiyotga birlashtirish uchun yangi imkoniyatlar yaratmoqda. Ko'rib turganingizdek, panel a'zolari o'z joyini egallamoqda. Bugungi muhokamada o'zaro bog'langan to'lov tizimlari, ularni rivojlantirish uchun zarur investitsiyalar va mintaqaviy qoidalar, litsenziyalash, ma'lumotlarni boshqarish va tizimlar o'zaro mosligi haqida so'z boradi. Va muhokamaning moderatori ham joylarini egallab ulgurdilar. Bular Global Finance and Technology Network'ning regulyatsiya va siyosat bo'yicha direktori Chek Tung Fu. Bitta olqishlar bilan boshlasak.
CT, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. And it is a pleasure to be here at this inaugural edition of the Silk Road Finance and Technology Forum. And it is very much my privilege to host this panel on building the open finance ecosystem that connects markets. And I have a very exciting panel of experts, from the financial sector ecosystem to join me for this conversation. And if I may, just let me take a very quick moment to introduce my panel of speakers. So, immediately to my left, I have Mr. Ahmed Kehan. Ahmed is the Group Chief Payments and Digital Assets Officer from Vion. Next is Mr. Madhu Sudanan Rangarajan, the co-founder of M2P FinTech India. Next, I have Mr. Otobek Nazirov. Otobek is the chairman of the Central Asia FinTech Association. Next, I have Mr. Roman Tridyakov, the deputy chairman of the management board for IT and digital transformation, Octobank. Next to him, I have Mr. Stefan Klistil, general partner, Speed Invest. And finally, I have Mr. Kushan Kujar Abidov, the Director of the Strategic Development and Project Management Office from the Central Bank of the Republic of Uzbekistan. And you'll notice that Kushan is seated at the extreme end. After all, we all believe that the regulator always gets the last word. So I think, Kushan, you are in the perfect position, in this panel here. So before I invite the speakers to share their perspective on this idea of open finance, please allow me maybe perhaps a few moments to set the stage on some perspectives that I have on open finance that hopefully will provide some insights and also stimulate the conversations that we will have. Now, as we all know, across the world, we are witnessing significant economic transformation in the financial services sector. Digital infrastructure, especially in the area of electronic payments and digital identity, is expanding rapidly. Trade corridors are becoming more integrated. Capital is flowing across borders. And millions of consumers and businesses are actively participating in the digital economy. And we know that the countries in Central Asia, particularly Uzbekistan, they are experiencing the same growth phenomena. Yet, despite these progresses, we recognize an important reality, and that is digitalization alone does not automatically result in connectivity across markets. A country can have world-class payment systems. Another can have advanced digital identity infrastructure. And another can have a thriving and innovative fintech ecosystem. However, if all these components cannot talk to each other, and if data cannot move securely across platforms or borders, or if regulatory frameworks remain fragmented, then the potential of a truly integrated regional economy will remain unrealized. So this is where open finance comes into play. Increasingly, open finance expands beyond open banking. It extends beyond bank accounts to a wider range of financial products and services, including payments, mortgages, pensions, insurances, and investments. And I think we are all very familiar with the objectives of open finance. You know, we are here to promote financial inclusion, to introduce innovation as well as competition into the ecosystem. And finally, also to attract foreign capital through investment in digital public infrastructure. So this is why I think that this panel will have a very insightful and comprehensive discussion around the three pillars of the open finance architecture. So the three pillars that we are exploring today will be the rails, which are in a way a seamless financial infrastructure. We will also talk about the rules, the regulatory policies, legislation that surrounds the whole concept of open finance. And last but not least, capital, private and public investments into this space here. So we are looking at rails, we are looking at rules, and we are looking at capital. And we will explore how these various pillars of the open finance architecture can come together and collaboratively address real economy issues. So with that opener, I would like to invite my panel of speakers, perhaps as a teaser, as a warm-up. Could you share amongst these three attributes, rails, capital, and rules, which is the one that you think is the most important? And in one sentence, describe why. This is going to be a bit tough. I know that you may have a lot to say about it, but I would appreciate it if you just summarize what you feel is the most important component in one sentence, and then thereafter we'll move on into the next section where we can have a lot more concerted discussion around it. Perhaps, Ahmed, let me start with you.
That's a hard one to start because it will be precedent for the gentleman, so I'll start with the easiest one. I think the rules will be defining for the rails and capital. And in one sentence, what I can say that without the rules, rails and capitals won't be able to operate. So if you don't have the right regulation and the right sets of rules and the laws, the rails and capitals cannot move around. And it's one of the facts of our industry.
While he picked on what I wanted to say, but maybe I'll take a contrarian view on this. I just feel that rules will evolve with putting things out in the market. You don't have a lot of rules that we have today, maybe 10 years ago, on how some of the digital assets should sort of operate. So therefore, I think the infrastructure has to really come up for it to be defined whether it can attract capital or it can attract regulation. So I just feel that for somebody who is driving core infrastructure business, I would tend to sort of think that that is the primary sort of driver.
So 6 months before, I'm thinking about the rules and legislations. But right now, I can see that for the 5 countries in Central Asia, may be important the rails.
Thank you for the question. I think that when we play any game, we must have rules to play this game. That's why the rules is the main thing to have. But my own objective in Octobank is to make rails to play this game.
I would first of all really thank GFTN and the Central Bank for hosting this event. It's the first time for me in Uzbekistan. I'm really blown away by the hospitality and also by the talent and the ambition. And so I'm really excited to hopefully come back soon. There's one thing missing in this, it's the entrepreneur. We believe at the core of successful outcomes anywhere in the world is a tech entrepreneur that is taking a lot of risk and is working on building something that doesn't exist today and that nobody can even imagine. So that is the core of what we are looking for. But of course, it also requires rails and rules, of course. What I find exciting in today's world is that there seems to be more and more a blueprint established. And we've seen it in Singapore, we've seen it in Dubai, that can be applied to really any country And of course, central bank has embraced a certain a set of rules that will allow innovation and will allow ultimately those unicorns we all want to see also as investors. And rails, we finally now have alternative rails that really allow financial inclusion. That's why we are so excited, all of us, because we know it's basically a global standard we can now use to really get the population, the wider population and small businesses finally participate in the financial market.
Thank you. Let me first of all say that I'm very privileged to be on the same stage with these prominent experts from the financial sector. And from the regulatory perspective, I think that none of the three works in isolation. Yes, and if you ask me about one of the binding constraints within the region and for Uzbekistan, I think that it's more about interoperability. So this is how we connect markets, data, and infrastructure in order to build the economic value, probably. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was like I said, that was just a warm-up round for the panel. And maybe perhaps right now I'll just invite a few of you to respond to a couple of questions that I have. And after interventions from each of the panelists, please feel free to share some views that you may have. So the first person I'd like to ask is Roman. So given that your position in Octobank, now Octobank has been one of the most active Uzbek banks that is experimenting with open finance, APIs, embedded finance, and so on and so forth. Now, from a bank's perspective, what is the hardest thing about implementing open finance? I know you spoke a little bit about the rules and the rails. We all know that banks see data as their intellectual property that can be monetized, right? And how comfortable would a bank be if you were to join an open finance initiative?
Thank you for your question. First of all, our goal of our bank is to make the bank from traditional to work like a business as a service platform. So we go in to share our services and APIs to our partners and customers. And our main goal to make our partners multiply their capital, and the clients of our partners is to have the best experience in their products. Because nowadays clients don't want just to have payment services, not just transfer money. They want to get the real value from doing this thing. Buy tickets, go to the theater, and so on. And we have to make it very easy for them.
Okay, and how comfortable would you be then? I mean, given that you have been sharing about the benefits that you want to bring to your customers, but we know that in the open finance initiative, the data it's to be, if you look at the data finance or open finance model, data is being shared across both banks and incumbents. Would you be comfortable, from the bank's perspective?
This is a very difficult question because there are many aspects of this question, like security, personal data, and so on. That's why we are looking how to make it better with the central bank, how to make open data to be secure nowadays.
All right.
That's why we are going this way, but not done this execution.
Okay, thank you. So maybe perhaps I could turn my attention to Ahmed then. So Ahmed, as a telco and digital service company, VEON reaches tens of millions of customers through a SIM card and not through a branch. So, telco services and wallets have also been driving financial inclusion, but in your own way. Now, do you see this model of financial inclusion that telco companies promulgate? Is that a viable stepping stone towards open finance, or do you see this as a competing alternative to what the banks are offering?
Look, From our perspective, we need to, let me set the platform first, right? So we do operate at the telco layer, which inherently there is fintech in it. When you look at, we do serve over 150 million clients at the VEON ecosystem in 5 countries, including Beeline in Uzbekistan, which gives us connectivity. Without that connectivity, there is no open finance. So you need to first connect the clients to the rails, the APIs, and the mobility, the 4G, 5G. That needs to be, infrastructure needs to be there, along with the rules. But without those two things, the infrastructure is not there. We cannot even talk about any kind of payment rails or payment ecosystem, right? So telco is, in that regard, is part of the core infrastructure, and inherently there's fintech in it. That's how we start our journey as well. When we look at above the telco layer, we serve over 220 million clients across 5 countries. And out of that 220, our main driver is our financial services. The reason we do financial services in most of these countries, Uzbekistan is a little bit outside that box, because there are not many players like us who can afford to serve these clients on a sustainable business model. So around that connectivity layer, we need to provide the payment solutions, storing money, spending money, growing money, borrowing money, all these solutions to even the remotest village in any country through an affordable way and a sustainable way. That's why telco players, not because of they want to be in that business, they are the only players sometimes they can serve these clients. That's the second layer. Third layer, around this layer, that you start also starting the entrepreneurs start kicking in, rules are coming in. There are many players that you cannot directly reach to. That's why that before even like the open finance, what we have started seeing around our ecosystem at least, embedded finance start building it. So our clients, we work with merchants, we work with corporates, we work with individual SMEs that, like for instance in Pakistan or in Bangladesh that we offer in here our merchants, they're also like mini banks. You can do cash in, cash out. You can top up your card. You can top up your wallet. So in a regard, the open finance rail is already embedded in the business of these merchants, providing financial solutions to these consumers. Before even like the SIM card, like before even like the phone. You can do that with the QR or like the card as well. So in that regard, when we look at the full rail from the core infrastructure, the data layer and the connectivity and mobility, then comes the financial inclusion of the digital, then comes embedded finance, then comes open finance. I think in that regard, when you look at the pyramid of this, telco plays a very core role, and our transition happened to be, we call ourselves a digital operator with telco licenses. So in that regard, we see ourselves more like a digital operator helping our clients in their digital life, including finance services, with telco infrastructure.
Thank you, thank you. So now we have seen the perspective of incumbent bank as well as from a fintech telco company perspective on open finance. Maybe I could turn my attention to Madhu. Now, given Madhu as a co-founder of a tech company that is focused on banking infrastructure and embedded finance, you have watched many institutions, both banks and fintech companies, decide whether to build, open finance capabilities, or do they intend to buy open finance digital capabilities? So, in your opinion, what sort of, areas or issues that you have observed based on the clients, whether it's a bank or a fintech company?
Thank you. I think I'll just step back and look at our own journey, reflect on our own journey. We are 12, 13 years in the business. We started as an API infrastructure company back in 2013, 14, when this world didn't exist. So we literally had to go through a process of educating bankers on why this is important, why they should invest. So the first few years in our journey, we really looked at banks as a regulatory supply side. So if a banker agrees to open up their platform and allow us to connect through their APIs, we thought of that as a great starting point to sort of do that. And then typically with banks, you have a certain degree of, for lack of a better word, herd mentality. If one banker does this and they see success, others would want to sort of do it for their own sort of entity. That's how we evolved as a sort of platform. Along the journey, we realized that there were two very important factors that come into play. Keeping aside, in different markets, regulators have taken different views of how they would open up the ecosystem. One is of the primal importance is really how do you really make this a transparent, customer consented sort of playbook, right? In the sense that this data is not out in the open for anybody to consume. So how do you actually federate access to that particular data? Wherever there is regulation that is enabling it, it's great. Where the regulations are silent or it is not fully spelled out, where the market is actually evolving to a state of readiness, it's really important for the operators to actually think like how a regulator would think. What is the franchise risk that we are getting into if this data is going to get in the hands of people who it is not destined to be, right? So that's a very important filter that we had applied. It worked well. Whenever regulations caught up, you are not caught off guard where the business model is at risk because the fundamental premise on which the business model was constructed was not in line with how the regulations have kind of evolved, right? That's one factor. The other factor is at the core, it has to drive that whole financial inclusion agenda. So if it's going to, if you really look at world over, if I take US as a market, it has been driven by more innovators coming in and really figuring out how they can innovate on top of open platforms. So you really have 2 or 3 private companies really profiteering out of the whole ecosystem. Nothing wrong with it, but it has not served a larger sort of social purpose. You move east, you come to Europe, it's more regulation-driven sort of aspects, which actually constrains innovation, and it's not the ideal sort of set. But if you come to Asia and in the broader markets, you will find that you will find regulations to be more principled and actually enabling in a way that protocols get given out. Like back back home in India, you have a lot of them as what is called as a public good infrastructure, which means that everybody is operating at a certain set standard, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. And then the innovation and the private enterprise can really flourish on top of it, which keeps it open. So there's a lot of people who will come in, but those who innovate, those who provide solutions, those who drive the financial inclusion agenda really kind of benefit out of it in terms of their own North Star metrics. But to come back to your question around how banks decide on whether they want to build or buy, everybody goes in today thinking that we would want to see some success before we invest a lot of capital. Right. So it starts as an experiment. Typically in banks, there is one believer who feels that either the CDO, the CTO, or the retail banking head, who is the believer, he or she actually powers through, in difficult conversations around should we make this investment and things like that. Obviously, in the last few years, things have become a bit easy because there is demonstration effect of other banks and other institutions trying to do this. But I think initially people would want to experiment and then make that big move into sort of capital expenditure to actually build it.
Okay, thank you, Madhu. So you spoke a little bit about regulations, the difference in regulatory treatment around different parts of the world, and I mean we can turn to Kushan later to speak a little bit about the regulatory environment that Uzbekistan is operating in. But the other thing that, aside from regulations, one thing that is very important is also collaboration and cooperation. And we know that while banks and fintech companies may compete, in this individual space, but in order to bring mutual value to the end users, in this case, it could be the consumers, it could be the SMEs of the country. It will be, the sum of the parts, will be much more greater than the individual contributions if everyone can come together and to collaborate. Now, the whole theme of collaboration is something a fintech association would be very would be in the central in driving this collaboration and cooperation. So maybe I could turn to Otobek and to ask that currently the Central Asian markets are developing their respective digital financial ecosystems, and they do so at varying speeds, at varying stages as well. Now, what, in your opinion, what needs to be harmonized at the regional level? Are we looking at harmonization of rules? Are we looking at harmonization of infrastructure, such as payments or digital identity? And we all know instinctively there is that benefit of harmonization, interoperability, as Kushan has mentioned. Interoperability is important. So what would be a role of Central Asia fintech associations such as yours play, in this whole open finance ecosystem building?
Thank you for your questions. So, as I mentioned before, last year or maybe 6 months before, I'm thinking about a lot of some standards, rules, legislations in between 5 countries in Central Asia, and of course, Central Asian FinTech Association, very close work regulators with some other stakeholders to improve or maybe try to harmonizations legislations in this area. But after the 6 months, it's my personal opinion, Central Asia does not need 5 countries to adopt exactly the same laws and build exactly the same systems. This is maybe not impossible missions, but it's a little bit long and hard way. That's why I would focus in 4 areas right now, if we're thinking about the rails. So, the first of all, payments. We should move towards great interoperability of national payments infrastructure, including QR payments and faster and cheaper cross-border transaction. A consumer or business should be increasingly be able to make digital payments across the region as easily as possible. Easily and possible. Second, digital identity and eKYC. We're talking a lot with my colleagues about this issue, and if trusted digital identification and verification performed in one jurisdiction could eventually be recognized in another, if would significantly reduce the cost of entering a new market. Third, open banking and APIs. This is very very important for us right now, and we need compatibility and principles for API standards, customer consist, authentication and secure access to financial data. They do not have to be identical, but they should be designed with regional interoperability in mind.
Okay.
This is also important for us. And fourth, data governance. We need greater clarity around the data can move across borders, under what conditions, and how privacy, cybersecurity, and consumer protection are ensured. This issue also mentioned before the Roman from the Octobank. So, in my view, the objective should not be create a single Central Asia regulator, as we're thinking before. It should be to create mutually recognized standards and interoperable infrastructure. If we achieve that, 5 national fintech markets can gradually become a connected regional market of more than 80 million people. This is my personal opinion.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much, Otobek. Now, we've been talking quite a bit about the rails. We've been talking quite a bit about rules, the importance of rules. But there's also this underlying trend of the issue of capital. Nothing moves unless there's money involved in it. So maybe perhaps I could ask Stefan, in your opinion, as a key partner of a European venture capital firm that invests in technology, what has been your experience in investing in growth startups around the world? And what sort of lessons would you be able to share? One key lesson perhaps that you'll be able to share for investors looking into Uzbekistan or in the Central Asia region. Stefan.
Yeah, so I think our premise is that there's great tech entrepreneurs anywhere in the world that can build great businesses, right? And so that's why we started already 10 years ago to invest outside of Europe. 13 years ago, I did an investment in Turkey in a fintech called EasyCo, which is now the leading payment gateway. And very interesting profile of founders because they were actually children of Turkish immigrants in Germany. So for them, it was actually a huge adventure to go to Turkey. They had never lived in Turkey and built this amazing business, which now is making almost a billion in revenue and highly profitable. And so for me, that was a very fundamental experience in seeing that if you have a strong team that is addressing a big pain point in any substantial market of the world, you can build great businesses and great outcomes. And we exited this business 2018. And since then, we've continued to invest across Europe, Middle East, and Africa. My team and I have backed 7 unicorns. To be sure, these are companies with between 100 and 600 million revenue, real companies. Yesterday, we announced our latest fintech unicorn out of Dubai called Facet, which is a good example, I guess, also of what the important ingredients are for successful tech scale-ups. These are one US citizen with Bangladeshi origin, one UK citizen with Pakistan origin. They both met in Dubai and built Facet, and it took them 6 years, 7 years to first get all the licenses required between very different jurisdictions, Kenya, Turkey, UAE, Pakistan, Indonesia, Malaysia, and so forth, to be able to build a fully compliant, fully regulated, stablecoin-based financial infrastructure that allows both businesses and consumers to easily transact, spend, save, etc. And they've been seeing massive traction. And for me, there's a few lessons there. You can't cut any corners. You just, as a fintech entrepreneur, even if you use stablecoins or crypto, or especially if you use stablecoin and crypto, you just have to go through the regulatory process. And of course, you will probably focus on those countries where those rules already exist and where you have regulatory certainty as a founder that in these jurisdictions, as long as I build these rules, comply to these rules, I'm fine. And so, and it's a level playing field. What advice can you give? I'm here to learn. It's my first time in Uzbekistan. We have invested in places like Pakistan. We have invested in places like Nigeria. Not easy places to make business in. And so what I have seen the last few days is extremely exciting. There is great tech talent. There is a large Uzbek diaspora that is very well educated. I would say if you keep doing what you're doing, hopefully many of the biggest talents will come back, actually. I think that's very, very important. And for me, the leading indicator of success in tech for a country are the best Uzbeks in the world coming back to start a business here and not in Silicon Valley. I think that's, and we have the same issue in Europe, by the way. We don't want Germans, French, UK to go to the US. We want them to build businesses in Europe, and most of them want to live here because that's where they're from. So I think, yeah, that's really all I wanted to share at this point.
Thank you, Stefan. Maybe I could just follow up on your point about looking towards investment in Uzbekistan. You know, what sort of evidence do you look for to determine whether fintech market is investable? And you know, and since we are on the topic of open finance, in terms of the open finance infrastructure, does it make it easier to invest if there's a strong dominant player in the open finance space? Or will it make it a much more easier investable place where there are a lot more players, a lot more stakeholders, a lot more perhaps smaller players in order to create more opportunities? Now, what would be your view? No, I'm sorry. Actually, I was directing the question to Stefan, actually. Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that. Can you
okay.
just
I was asking, you know, in terms of just picking up from where you left off in terms of investment. As an investor, what sort of evidence do you look for to determine whether, for example, Uzbekistan is an investable market, particularly in the space in open finance? In a situation whereby there is a dominant local player, would it make it more attractive to invest for investors, or would it be an environment where there are multiple smaller, fintech companies all vying for the share of a pie? Which option, which preference would you have?
Yeah, I think at the core of it, again, is the entrepreneur. So we don't really care at the beginning so much about the market. We care more about the entrepreneur. And it could be Uzbek that grew up in London and decides to build a business here. No problem. In fact, I think those profiles are particularly interesting because they have an understanding of this market, but they also, and they speak the language, but they also have an understanding of international finance and how VC actually works. We, of course, are looking for big outcomes. So we're extremely selective. We make maybe 20 investments per year. This is not just fintech. This includes deep tech, AI, and so forth. Out of about 8,000 applications. So we're extremely selective. And so we typically look for very ambitious founders that are trying to build something big. Typically, I would say a market of Uzbekistan is big and growing, but the entrepreneurs we're looking for are looking for a big play that maybe starts in Uzbekistan but goes beyond and is a regional play. And then the decision whether to enter the market or start something here is ultimately led by the entrepreneur, I think. And then, of course, we're talking about the regulatory environment.
Yes.
We're talking about openness to listen to foreign investors, which is not always the case. Of course, it has to do also with local capital. It's always better to combine international and domestic capital. Which is not just sovereign capital, it could be family offices. I think in a lot of these markets that are successful, you see family offices that are willing to take risk and also have a bit of a patriotism about helping create local champions. So yeah, different things. And just, also easiness to do business. How easy is it to set up a company here? How is it an attractive place for folks to live, right? So all these things play a role.
Okay, thank you. So that brings me to Kushan. Kushan, as the Central Bank of the Republic of Uzbekistan, as mentioned yesterday, the Central Bank is working towards a national fintech strategy, and it's wanted to ask, how would central banks such as the CBU balance moving fast enough to keep pace with all these developments that you are observing around the world against moving carefully enough? So is it a matter of moving fast enough versus moving carefully enough in order to, in a way, to protect financial stability? Now, just now you also mentioned, amongst the three, rails, rules, capital, you brought up a fourth theme, which is interoperability. And maybe perhaps you could share a little bit about your perspective of interoperability. Is it interoperability between the various participants, or is it big and small, or is it interoperability across the platforms? Kushan, please. Yeah.
When it comes to interoperability, I think it's about the both. But as I already mentioned, so the capital is important, rules are important, infrastructure is essential, but the real economic value appears when these three elements start working together. And here at the central bank, we are again moving towards an ecosystem where all the financial institutions can interact, compete, and innovate together. So, and in this case, our approach is not simply to ask just how to build the open finance. It's probably what infrastructure is needed for the financial market in order for the open finance to bring the economic value. And in these terms, we see at least three layers here. The first layer is the rails, where we need, of course, the payment infrastructure that is interoperable, reliable, and scalable. And that is why we are, coming with the development of the payment switch, as well as the cloud infrastructure, and these and all the projects we are building around this, we don't see them as a separate project, but as part of the broader infrastructure that where the organizations, financial organizations, fintechs, and service providers can connect to a common transaction layer. And the second layer is data, I think. So the data, when it comes to open finance, it's not simply about the sharing the data. Probably we need to address the questions that are related to to create the trusted mechanism where the customers can understand how their data can be used, who can use it under what circumstances, and for how long. So this is why open banking and consent-based data sharing are the core elements of our 2026-2030 agenda. And the third layer, I think, are rules. The rules shouldn't determine, I think, which business model wins. The rules should be created in order for all business models can compete safely, I think. And there is a perception, as you mentioned, that the central banks usually face binary option, like whether to regulate or innovate. Yeah? And I don't think this is the right framework anymore, because we are changing our approach to that we let the innovations go first, where it's possible, but regulate proportionately as the risk and the scale increase. And we should understand that once innovation becomes systemic, so when it touches personal data, critical infrastructure, so we need to set that the regulatory expectation must also increase in the market. And in this case, we are trying to build the regulatory framework which can scale with the innovations, probably. Thank you.
Thank you, Kushan. So I wanted to pick up a point about when you say that as a central bank, you have to, in a way, let the innovation go forth first before then you determine whether to impose requirements or not. So in your words, it's not so much as a binary decision whether you regulate or not regulate. Yeah. So aside from dealing with the risk-related issues, one of the things that we are aware of, when we have when we try to build an open finance ecosystem, given the fact that there are so many different stakeholders with varying interests. We have the banks, we have the non-banks, we have the technology providers, you have associations, and of course you have the central banks. When you throw all this thing into a mix, naturally there is there isn't a desire to cooperate. I'm not exactly sure whether there is a natural tendency to come together to work together, for mutual benefit, because everyone has competing interests. Now, the thing is, if we truly want to develop an open finance ecosystem, at least at a theoretical level, what sort of role would the central bank play? I mean, aside from regulations, introducing rules, nudging the players, to come and collaborate together, is there any other tool or any other trigger point or consideration that the central bank may utilize in order to move things along? I mean, obviously, you won't leave things to happen naturally, because if you leave things as they are, there will be chaos. Someone has to influence certain decisions to be made in a certain way. What are your thoughts about it?
Thank you for the question. And I think the first mindset as a central bank we need to adopt is that the central bank shouldn't try to build the ecosystem on its own by itself. So we need to understand that the role of the central bank is to build the infrastructure, set the rules of the game, and create conditions for the financial sector to innovate and compete. And we already, in this context, we have already set our strategic direction through our national fintech strategy for 2020-2030, which is part of the broader transformation agenda at the central bank, which also includes building the digital financial infrastructure, as I already mentioned, the building of the payment switch, the cloud infrastructure, financial services, as well as creating this alternative database scoring model and MSME marketplaces, as well as the open banking concept. So, and this leads to the second point, where the regulator, central bank shouldn't regulate open finance as an abstract. I mean, we need to more focus on probably specific risks and market relationships. So for example, if some of the banks or the fintechs want to open APIs and APIs to create a commercial connections, so we should let them do it and give them room for the experiment, I think. But as the ecosystem scales, some of the questions will become inevitable, like who owns the data, what is the consent of use of this data, what are the cybersecurity requirements, what are the data government requirements, and so on, and what are the requirements, what should the central bank do in order for the infrastructure to stay open and compatible, rather than becoming controlled with the some of the few dominant players. And we set the course of action to regulate, but not from the day one. And we understand that we need to create foundations first, of course, and then observe how the market develops, and then introduce regulation where we see the systemic risk is coming, or the risk that interoperability will not emerge eventually by itself. So the philosophy is simple. So the central bank needs to find the right balance, yes? Whether to be open enough to innovate, or structured enough to be trusted, or interoperable enough to scale the ecosystem. And ultimately, I think the success of the open finance in the context of Uzbekistan shouldn't be assessed through the number of APIs we are creating, but rather than does the Uzbek consumers or the business have the better financial products, cheaper financial products, and better access to the finance, just because of the openness of the financial infrastructure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I can see that we are running a bit out of time. But maybe perhaps as a closing round, I could quickly ask each speaker to maybe imagine. Let's say if we come back here next year, this time for the second edition of the Silk Road Finance and Technology Forum, and we have the same panel talking about open finance. Let's assume we are still in the process of building the system. Would anything change compared to today's discussion when you come back here again next year? Would you say things will remain the same, or you're a bit more optimistic about the future? Maybe I'll just go one round very quickly, starting with Ahmed.
If I said no, it won't change, I shouldn't be here. So, definitely it will change,
right.
And it will change in a pace I don't think we will realize. Especially being in Uzbekistan, it will change. I've been coming here many years, and every year as I come here, pleasantly surprised. We are honored to be part of the Uzbekistan ecosystem, and we are honored to be a part of an ecosystem where the regulator is really doing their part to grow this market, and we love this. And the change is going in the right direction. What I will see is that in the next 1 year or 2 years, or maybe beyond, what you are seeing is this. Many things will change around the AI ecosystem kicking into our fintech. That will change the entire open finance ecosystem. The way that these players are integrated to each other through the AI, data, and also the digital assets will change, especially stable coins in kicking in. And the smart contracts kicking in along with the combination of these, building an agentic commerce infrastructure, which I think will be very different than the last 20 years of fintech and the next 20 years of fintech, starting these 2 years. I think that's the biggest change.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah,
Madhu.
agree with a lot of what he said. I think 1 year out, we should really be discussing what is the second order effect of the change that has happened in the past year. So I think there is a certain delivery that will happen with the open infrastructure. What more can you build? How can you monetize more? Are the questions that will probably, in addition to what he just articulated, is how I would take it.
Okay, thank you. Otto Beck.
Yes, from my view, I see how the regulators from all 5 countries speed up many processes right now and try to optimize and simplify some issues between 5 countries.
Okay.
And partly agree with Ahmed. Maybe the next year the 2, maybe not issue, but 2 topics will be very actual for us: AI implementation and cybersecurity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent. Roman.
First of all, it will be great to meet in 1 year again with this
Yes.
company. And we speak today about rules, capitals, and rails. And first of all, I want to say that I want to see the new business models during this year, and maybe we'll see 1 or 2 unicorns here in a year. It will be a great result.
All right.
Or the capital growth in this region will be
Excellent.
perfect.
Thank you. Stefan, so we want to see more unicorns here.
Yeah, sitting here in a year from now and being able to, having seen a number of really interesting tech startups from Uzbekistan and or Uzbek founders, wherever they are, and sort of, so that will be one. I guess also we have a very large portfolio, an existing international portfolio, to see at least one of them participate in this market and maybe get a license or be able to also offer their services in this market. That will be a pretty big success. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. And Kushan, I said you're going to get the last word, please.
Yeah, I think in coming years we will start to see the results of our reforms, because we have set an ambitious agenda for the next coming years. And as my colleagues mentioned already, we will see different business models, new risk arising. But I think that the main point here would be that we will encounter the market challenging the regulator in terms of the new products, new business models, and new risk arising. So, thank you.
All right. And with that, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. And please join me in a round of applause to our speakers. Thank you.
Rahmat, thank you very much.
Wonderful, CT. And we can take a quick photograph of you and your panel before we leave the stage. Excellent.
Photograph in right front of you. Muhtaram mehmonlar, biz esa mana shunday plenariy yig'ilishlarimizni davom ettiramiz. Har bittasi mavzulari qiziq, tobora avvalgi diskussiyadan hozirgi muhokama tamomila bir-birini to'ldirayotgandek, xuddi muammoli nuqtalarda puzzle yig'ilayotgandek. Biz juda ham xursandmiz va keyingi suhbatda moliyaviy xizmatlarning odamlar, kichik biznes va unga qadar yetib borishdagi muammolarni qanday bartaraf etish mumkin, kredit, zamonaviy vositalardan foydalanish imkoniyatini kengaytirish haqida so'z boradi va eng muhimi bu yechimlar qayerda, qanday natija berayotgani, hali nimalar yetishmayotgani ham oshkor qilinadi.
Wonderful, thank you. Now, obviously, we've been talking a lot about fintech, the transformations, but did you know that, of course, fintech can change lives? And this is when we look at inclusive fintech and how it really manages to reach marginalized communities who are unbanked and people who need it most. So we also obviously have a lot of small businesses here in Central Asia and across the world. So how does embedded finance reach them? It's really an interesting question, and it's one that's going to be answered by our next panel. What is working? Where are the gaps? What can technology do to truly help and change lives for small businesses as well as the marginalized. So please welcome our moderator, Kyati Chohan, the Chief of Staff and Assistant Director of Strategy at GFTN. Kyati, the stage is yours.
Kutib olamiz azizlar, Global Finance and Technology Network strategiya bo'yicha rahbariyati va direktor yordamchisi Kyati Chohan, moderator. Marhamat.
Wonderful. Take it away.
Well, thank you. Hi, everyone. I would like to start the panel by giving my panelists the stage to, first of all, introduce themselves. And I would like to start with the Chief Financial Inclusion Officer at the Central Bank, Ms. Dilbar. So, Ms. Dilbar, tell us what you do at the Central Bank as the Chief Financial Inclusion of the country.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm in charge of financial inclusion policy at the central bank. So my main function is to make sure that all our efforts devoted for the financial inclusion, being starting from the consumer protection, financial literacy, development of small business, payment system, and now fintech strategy, all is aligned and work properly and effectively. So this is inside the central bank, but outside of central bank, I manage different projects with my team. For now, we have more than 25 projects, half of them on the financial literacy, half of them on the financial inclusion. The most significant of them, you already know, we mentioned it yesterday and maybe today. This is the marketplace Tadbir Core that just started work. The second is alternative scoring model project. And there are also projects related to the women entrepreneurship. This is the worldwide recognized initiative named VFI Code. And besides it, we work on the agenda of financial inclusion of people with disabilities. Thank you.
Wow, that's quite a lot. Good to know. All right. I will move to now Miss Naima, who is representing CLIC. Ms. Naima, as the member of supervisory board, tell us what you do.
Assalomu alaykum. Hammaga xush kelibsizlar deb aytaman. Klikka kelishimdan asosiy maqsad oldinlari men nima desa bo'ladi, tijorat bankida ishlagan bo'lganman. Keyinchalik bank asosan chakana savdo departamentini boshqarganman. Shunda biz shuni ko'rganmizki, mijozlarning bankka kelishi bu juda og'ir bo'lgan. Klikka tezkorlik bilan rivojlanishi sababli, demak, mana shu platformalar orqali bank xizmatlari va barcha raqamli servislarni taklif qilish mumkinligi va ularni ommaboplashtirishga qaratilganini kuzatishimiz mumkin. Asosiy faoliyatim mana shu mijozlarga to'g'ri, oson va qulay servislarni yaratishda o'rganish, taqdim etish va yoshlarni ko'proq mana shu platformalarda ro'yxatdan o'tib moliyaviy savodxonligiga oshirishga qaratilgan.
Thank you, Ms. Naima, because it was translating. So I closed my eyes. Okay, I move to Todd, who has built Brancas and who has traveled all the way from Philippines. Tell us a little bit more about what Brancas does and what motivated you. What gap did you see when you built what you did?
Great, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Todd Schweitzer. I'm the CEO and founder of Brancas. We're a 10-year-old company focused entirely on open finance and embedded finance infrastructure and enabling technology. What this means is we support central banks on their open finance and embedded finance technologies that they're implementing, as well as banks and non-banks that are looking to launch embedded finance products. And we operate across 9 markets now in Asia and the Middle East. I think my motivation for Broncos and what motivates me today is that open finance, embedded finance, banking as a service, just to clarify on terminology, it's fundamentally the same concept, which is, number one, allowing customers to access and share their data in service of a better financial product. And number two, it allows financial institutions to get outside of their digital channels, outside of the bank app, outside of the branch, and actually reach customers in the digital ecosystems where they are best approached. Now, embedded finance, and the reason why this motivates me so much, embedded finance and open finance in emerging economies has a direct link to financial inclusion. Because a lot of customers that are underserved by the large institutions, it's because they lack access to share their data that proves that they can be a good borrower and a good customer. Often they're out in rural areas where the cost to serve is very high. And so what embedded finance does, number one, it allows the financial institution to reach customers in a way that actually turns that customer profitable, whereas otherwise the institution may just neglect to serve the micro SME or consumer base. And so financial inclusion and open finance or embedded finance, these are directly linked. And in a market like Uzbekistan, supporting embedded finance and supporting open finance in the country, both from the regulatory perspective and from the private sector, bringing new initiatives and maybe joining a regulatory sandbox, this can have a real impact on some of the financial inclusion objectives for the nation. So I'm excited to be here and learn from my panelists on what's next in embedded finance here. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. And I think from Governor's speech yesterday, we've seen that Uzbekistan is headed in the direction that you mentioned, and there is a correlation between financial inclusion, open finance, and embedded finance. Thank you. That's helpful. Mr. Rasool, Chairman of the Supervisory Board of the largest digital bank in the country. Tell us what, from your perspective, what do you do as the chairman? What keeps you up at night?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rasul Gulamov, and I'm chairman of the supervisory board of Uzum Bank. And Uzum Bank is part of a big ecosystem called Uzum. It's already well known in Uzbekistan. So we are a very young company. We are just started in 2022. But we already gained popularity, and we've become a first fintech company who become a unicorn in Uzbekistan. So we are very proud of this. So what I'm doing within the Uzum Bank, I mean, the supervisory board is more focused on strategy, product planning, overlooking for the management, and yes, we are controlling of the risk. I mean, everything which is related with this. So it's just to put it briefly, this.
Thank you, Mr. Rasool. So lastly, my last panelist, Ms. Kanupan, tell us as the country director of ADB, what's your role here?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Pleasure to be here. I've been here for 3.5 years now. My role is to manage a team that is growing very fast in this impressive country of Uzbekistan. I see a lot of change, and at ADB, we are partnered with the government. We celebrate 30-year anniversary of membership of Uzbekistan to ADB last year. And this year in Samarkand in May, also Uzbekistan hosts ADB annual general meeting. We have a large program that support the development of country, in particular including financial sector. Lately, we promoting microfinance, financial sector development. In the ultimate objective from our mission for ADB is to see the citizens in our member countries have a better life and yeah.
A better
So that
financial
is-
life.
Yes. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. So I have one question for all of you, and I would like to start with Ms. Naima. 5 years in, and my question is, has embedded finance actually moved the needle on financial inclusion, or have we simply and mostly made financial services more convenient for the people who were already a part of the financial system? What are your views?
Bugungi kunda raqamli platformalarga moliyaviy xizmatlarning integratsiyalanishi bu juda katta o'zgarishlarga olib kelgan. Ya'ni raqamli platformani ishtirokchilari o'zlariga yaqin qulay joylarda vaqtga qaramasdan barcha to'lovlarni amalga oshirishi mumkin. Agarda bundan oldingi vaqtlarga qaragan bo'lsak, O'zbekistonda ya'ni bank yoki nima deydi, moliyaviy xizmatlarni olish uchun albatta bankka yoki pochta bo'limlariga borishga to'g'ri kelgan. Hozir raqamli platformalar hamma imkoniyatlarni yaratib beryapti. Shuning sababdan ya'ni bizi Click kompaniyasi mijozlarimizga faqatgina to'lov emas, balki to'lovlarni maqsadga aylantirishni o'zimizga oldimizga vazifa deb qo'yganmiz. Bunga masalan misol qilib aytishimiz mumkinki, avia kompaniyalarning saytiga kiramizmi yokida ovqat buyurtma qilamizmi, biz unda hozir men to'lov amalga oshiraman demaymiz. Biz birinchi bo'lib nimaga maqsadimizga qaratib turib o'zimizni tanlovimizga qarab oxirida to'lovni amalga oshiramiz. Shuning uchun Click o'zini mijozlariga platformadagi biznes bo'ladimi yoki jismoniy shaxs bo'ladimi, ularni maqsadlarini bitta yerga jamlab va ularga moliyaviy xizmatlardan to'g'ri foydalanish vositasiga aylangan. Shuning uchun moliyaviy inklyuziya deganda, ya'ni tomonlarni maqsadlarini birlashtirish va ularni to'g'ri yetkazishi bizni oldimizga maqsad qilib qo'yganmiz.
Wonderful. Okay, that's great. That's great. Mr. Rasool, what's your view on this?
I think it doesn't contradict to each other. I mean, first of all, it's a convenient payment tool, of course, but it went far beyond of being just convenient payment tools. So if you look back, I mean, Uzbekistan was heavily reliant on the cash. I mean, it was cash-based economy. So for the last 5 to 6 years, I mean, everything has changed significantly. Nowadays, people can open a card, a banking card, without visiting the banking branch. They make payments online. They buy goods on marketplaces. They pay for utility. Everything they're doing online. So it's the banking services become very, how to say, invisible, I can say. They just, people go along and doing the payments without thinking about this. So it's very great achievement, I think. And that's what we did. We tried to do it at Uzum. So, and of course, I mean, inclusion is very important, and especially for those people who were unbanked before and they didn't have access for the traditional banking. So this, I think, very important, and in this term, embedded payments play their own and include those people who were unbanked before.
Yeah, so your take is that embedded finance has in fact moved the needle quite a bit in the last 5 years, 5 to 7 years. Okay, that's
yes.
great. Thank you. Todd?
Yeah, I think last 5 years, of course, a lot of progress in embedded payments. I think the next wave, what I'm expecting to see is a couple things. Number one, Uzbekistan now is laying the foundation to be really a center of excellence in Southeast Asia. The establishment of the Tashkent International Financial Center, the fintech roadmap with which the CBU governor shared yesterday, a new regulatory sandbox to allow fintech solutions to be supervised even if they are pre-regulation. I think this is all the right foundation and taking lessons learned from other markets to really make Uzbekistan a fintech hub, not just for the domestic market, but regionally. So I think that's a very important foundation for what's to come. I think I will be waiting to see the steps that the private sector and the government take towards making consumer data and SME data available in an easier and more digital way. Because this, and again, call it open finance, call it open data, but it allows for particularly underserved customers to demonstrate that they are bankable and demonstrate that they are lendable. But it also allows a whole new category of fintech that can make use of alternative data and build new products and services and reach those underserved customers actually in a profitable way. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Great. Ms. Kanukpan, what's your sense the last 5 years?
For me, the short answer is yes, both. It moved the needle both breadth and depth. Existing customer can access more new products and more volume, and it's also expanded to more unserved people. Thanks to the support of everyone, many stakeholders, central bank, I myself is a beneficiary to Click with whom I live here for 3.5 years. As I said, you don't know, we talk about climate change, development, and so on. Madame just said it correctly, by not having to go to the bank or to the office to pay utility, you save a lot of CO2 emission.
Yeah, wonderful. Ms. Dilbar?
Yeah, thank you. So embedded finance built around the convenience, actually. This is more convenient story.
Yeah.
But I just want to back and just make sure that everybody on the same page, because I have an impression that the word of inclusion here in this audience is a different understanding. And during these sessions and when I talk with other colleagues, so they mostly understand inclusion from the perspective of access. But actually inclusion is a much more broad concept. Inclusion itself means that there is access, usage, and quality. The three pillars should be there. Besides this, there is a minimum set of products that should be considered to be included. It's credit, loan credit, savings, and payments. So from this perspective, my colleagues, when I was a student, first-year student, my professor teach me how to differ macroeconomy and microeconomy. So microeconomy is a tree, macroeconomy is a forest. So I'm looking at the forest, and I can say to you that embedded finance is not inclusion now, because it covers only partly some of concepts. Access, yes, it helps us with access because it reaches certain amount, certain category of people, not 100. Usage, yes, it's moving to the usage, mostly peer-to-peer, peer-to-G, maybe another concept. But when it comes to the quality, this is a lot of questions about the quality, because from the regulator perspective, we should think about transparency. And in most cases, the embedded finance lacks this transparency. So
Which
my
I'm
answer,
sure you're working on now.
Yeah, we're working on that.
You must be looking at it very closely.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Ms. Naima, my next question is to you. So Click reaches, I guess, very deep into the regions and into customers, maybe where traditional banks have struggled to reach. What can an underserved customer do today that they couldn't do in the past? What's your sense on that? And where are we still failing to reach those customers?
bugungi kunda Click platformasida 24 milliondan ortiq mijoz ro'yxatdan o'tgan bo'lib, 80 mingdan ortiq biznes subyektlari o'z xizmatlarini taklif qilishadi. Bu degani biz chekki hududlarga ham, O'zbekiston chekki hududlariga ham kirib borganmiz. Aytaylikki, biznes subyektlari o'zlarini xizmatlarini onlayn sotaman degan maqsad qo'ygan bo'lsa, Click biznes orqali o'zini ro'yxatdan o'tkazadi va o'zini tovarlarini, xizmatlarini bemalol platformada taklif etadi. Bu degani biznes subyektlari bittada 24 milliondan ortiq mijozga xizmat ko'rsatish imkoniyatini yaratilgan. Endi hozirda bizni faqatgina nima deydi, mijozlarni jalb qilish emas, mijozlarga qulay bo'lgan takliflarni berish. Birinchilardan bo'lib AI assistentlarini biz yo'lga qo'ydik. Bu assistentlar orqali biz mijozlarimizni xarakteriga qarab, talabidan chiqib, ularga taklif beryapmiz. Yoki-da bu assistentga u platformada ro'yxatdan o'tgan mijoz o'zini ba'zi bir kundalik vazifalarini qo'yishi mumkin, avtomatik ravishda platformani egasiga, ya'ni pользователь o'zi uni nomidan xizmatlarga to'lovlarni amalga oshiradi. Kommunal to'lovlarni agarda davlat va boshqa grafik asosida to'lanadigan tranzaksiyalar bo'lsa, bularni hammasini AI assistent yordamida amalga oshiriladi. Ya'ni bu bilan asosiy maqsadimiz, ya'ni eng chekki hududlardagi yashovchi har bir fuqaroyimizga xizmatlar oson va erkin bo'lishini ta'minlamoqdamiz.
Wow, so you really do go into very deep into Uzbekistan. I think you're doing a wonderful job. My next question is to Todd, who has argued that embedded finance, open finance is the heart of inclusion. Give us one market where you can prove that it changed who could access finance, and one where it simply made finance more efficient and more convenient for the people who were already a part and who were already included in the system.
Yeah, thank you. And Dilbar's point on financial inclusion, quality as an important component was very important. And I think about Southeast Asia, where yes, there's embedded lending available, but it's available at 100% or more interest rate. There's administrative fees, and it's not a high quality product. And arguably predatory, and so thinking about access but also usage and quality is a great takeaway for me. You know, I'm not here to prove that embedded finance can make a difference, but I can share some examples of the embedded finance in emerging market case studies that I think are really interesting. Primarily drawing from Southeast Asia, where there is not really a top-down embedded finance or open finance requirement from the central bank, but the central bank and the non-bank regulators have allowed for sandbox experimental solutions to flourish across the region. I think about in the Philippines, where banks have enabled account opening with like a $1 deposit embedded inside third-party apps that micro-entrepreneurs and consumers use day to day. There's a bank, NetBank in the Philippines, that has opened 500,000 accounts, consumer accounts, just in the last 6 months, embedded inside a Buy Now Pay Later app and a messaging app, right? Likewise in the Philippines, GCash, which is the largest wallet in the Philippines, with 70 million users, they now offer bank account opening with 4 different banks, 2 of which are digital banks and 2 of which are traditional banks that wanted to enable a new means of acquisition for the low-income consumers and small businesses who do not have a bank account today but onboarded to the GCash wallet and then can upgrade that wallet into an interest-bearing savings account powered by the APIs from these underwriters. I think about salary advances embedded inside HR platforms, where an HR software as a service supporting factory workers or young professionals partner with the bank to enable one-click salary advances, not taking a certificate of employment and going to the branch, but actually inside the employee interface of the HR app, they can instantly avail a 3 to 4 month loan, which carries very little risk because it's the employer that's reimbursing and paying the coupon at the end of every month. But even in more developed markets, right? In the UAE, Abu Dhabi Commercial Bank has partnered with Delivery Hero, the main food delivery app, to offer instant credit card issuance inside Talabat, the main delivery app. So I, as a Talabat consumer, I can instantly apply for a Talabat card to get 5% off my orders, using open banking data to instantly approve me as a credit card holder. That card is then immediately tokenized into my Talabat wallet, and then ADCB can ship me a physical card in 2 days. ADCB had 1 million credit card applications the first year they went live, right? So this embedded finance opens up entirely new channels for customers that are not going to walk into the branch or download the bank app, but because it's a consumer ecosystem or an MSME ecosystem, and because of the embedded finance APIs from the underwriter into this ecosystem, they're able to unlock these customers, right? Likewise with food delivery, you see similar examples with loans to the delivery riders and also lines of credit to the merchants based on their transaction history. So I think from the bank's perspective or from the underwriter's perspective, they can unlock an entirely new customer segment that they may be ignoring today. From the consumer's perspective, fantastic. I'm able to use and access the financial product when I'm going to actually need it. And for the ecosystem, whether it's the food delivery app or the ride-sharing app, they now have an additional product and revenue stream that they can offer to their customers to make it more sticky, right? So this embedded finance, it's not only good for access and for quality of the products, but it actually benefits all players in the ecosystem. So again, this is what I'm hoping to see more of in Central Asia and especially in Uzbekistan as the FinTech roadmap rolls out.
Okay. Any plans for Central Asia?
Look, I think Uzbekistan is a step ahead. They're setting up the regulatory environment, they're setting up the private sector and foreign investment attractiveness. And I think what I will expect to see in a few years is that this becomes the de facto starting point for fintechs entering the region, and they build in the domestic market supported by TIFC, and then they grow regionally from there.
Great, great. Well, you must come to Uzbekistan and enter Central Asia. Okay, next question is to Mr. Rasool. On your platform, Mr. Rasool, and your digital bank, there must be thousands and tens of thousands of small sellers in the marketplace, and you can see the data in real time. And these small sellers who no traditional bank will lend because they don't have collateral, they don't have credit history, which is actually the definition of a last mile small and medium business, micro enterprise. Are you lending against that data today? And if you are, at what scale? If you're not, what's stopping you?
Okay, thank you. Definitely, on our marketplace called Uzum Market, we have more than 10,000 merchants already registered. So they're working quite effectively. And definitely, we process their data and we see their volumes, the turnovers. And based on this, of course, we are setting up the credit and loan lines. As you know, many SMEs are lacking the good collateral or credit history. So they cannot go to traditional bank and ask for the credit. So it's simply impossible nowadays. So we are, yes, processing those data, and then we provide the loans for the merchants, as well as for the buyers as well. So we have, for the buyers who are lacking the finance, we have Uzum Nasia. It's BNPL services, which is quite successful as well. If they're lacking the finance, they can get the installments starting from 3 months to 12 months. So these are all services are in place already. And yes, we are doing this, we are working this, and we are looking at this very precisely.
Very nice. Thank you. Thanks for that. Ms. Kanakpan, I'd like to move to you. And from your perspective, so embedded finance usually is discussed in terms of technology and digital lending, but from ADB's perspective, how can it be leveraged to expand financial inclusion, support SMEs, entrepreneurs, and contribute to the broader private sector development, while also ensuring that risks are effectively managed?
Thank you. At ADB and many places, you would understand that technology is not the end, but it's a mean, not an end of itself. So the most important thing is we have to focus on what problem we have to solve.
Yeah.
So I will break down into 4 areas that embedded finance would help us in our operations with our partners, of course, with central bank and other partners that we're working with, both state-owned bank and private bank that we collaborate with. So from our perspective, first of all, embedded finance, we have to recognize that we want to make a betterment in people's life. So it's about connected people with business. That's number one. And with technology, as many of our panel had already explained, it opened up more opportunity, economic opportunity, and reach more unserved and population that traditional finance has struggled to do so. And we are glad to be partner with Uzbekistan because it is important in Central Asia. You have to have a role model, and I think Uzbekistan has been a very good role model and show to other neighboring countries how important and how reforms can really turn the country. This impressive change in digital transformation in Uzbekistan is impressive. But with this, number 2 that I want to focus about embedded finance is that it's used to access credit worthiness, as Rasul has already said. In the past, in order to get lending in not just Uzbekistan, my home country, Thailand, it's so how should I say, not equitable concept, because the more you rich, the more you rich. If you have asset, then you use your asset to have collateral. But it does, as you know, psychology. Just think about people who endow with so many people. They're not hungry. You see a lot of hungry people, and actually their behavior, credit history, how they spend, and that can be captured, like what Uzum Bank do. Then you can, assess that and give them more credit, give them a chance, and they actually become successful and contribute. And thirdly, it's not just simply digitalized lending, but we have to think about improved financial credit, kind of customized to really meet people. What are we talking about? Are we talking about female, women entrepreneur, how to build their business, expand their business, or farmer, which is that we have to look at their cycle of payment, borrowing, because it's really big cycle, and how to introduce a new one, new product to fit the purpose. And lastly, you talk about risk. That's very important. When things happen easily, then you have to make sure that the lender also responsible, and the lender and the borrower. And that's a role of the central bank about customer protection and so on. So this has to be have the ecosystem that we have to look out for. And this we have done under ADB together with the government under the inclusive finance development, and then we continue working. We're working in all sort of financial sector, bank, non-bank, including mortgage that we will look in the future, and capital market. And so this is a very important thing that we have to look overall in order to deliver the result.
Thank you. Thanks for that. And that's a nice segue to my next question to Dilbar. We were talking yesterday about your strategy and what you're doing at length. And you mentioned that your strategy includes women entrepreneurs. It includes people with disabilities, which I find quite inspiring. So tell us, embedded finance usually goes where it's easiest. What makes the market go where it's really hard and where it's the hardest? So share from your perspective.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, we're talking now about the national strategy for financial inclusion, because we have another strategy on fintech, different documents, but they're just in some parts like cross-cutting each other. So, unfortunately, embedded finance representatives do not read our strategy. They mostly focus on the financial strategy, fintech strategy. Okay, yes, this is women entrepreneurs and people with disabilities, as well as migrants and other segments of this our country, population, is traditionally comes to the central bank concern. It's not only in Uzbekistan, it's everywhere the same picture, because private market and private financial institutions being in the market, they search for the profit. It's their nature from the beginning. So they go the easiest ways, where is the infrastructure, where is the margin enough for them to function, and where they can integrate their activities, and so on and so forth. So now in Uzbekistan, for the fintech market, it's a blue ocean, So in the blue ocean, they will go to the easiest way. When our market will be crowded enough, and the supply side, the financial products in the market will be enough, from the diversity, from the volume and the quantity, I don't know, whatever. And in that case, they will go to the hardest way. They will go to the last mile that we're talking about now. At this time, we should encourage these people, financial institutions, to go the ways, the hardest, like by regulation, for example, giving them some incentives, giving them some motivation to look at this people with disabilities, create special products, adapted interface in their applications, or maybe provide them trustable infrastructure in remote areas. And maybe we should talk about providing them data, because very important for them is data, and we work on that. We try to make sure that all participants will have access. Market participants will have access to the data, so they can make right decisions, make their scorings, or whatever they would like to do. And this is the way how I see this.
That's amazing. And yesterday we were also talking about the inclusion drive that the country is doing now, where central bank and each department is going to far regions of the country to teach and your financial literacy drive.
Yes. So this is a story about financial literacy. So for the last 5 years, we work on the financial literacy. We create this ecosystem to make sure that our population are educated enough to use these new tools of enablers of the financial market. And this is a very important question actually now, because we do this more than 15 projects on financial literacy. We visited all parts of our big country, across the country, and we do these projects together with commercial banks and with fintechs. For example, with Uzum, we do project on women entrepreneurship, and we educate women from the start and till the end. And with other fintech companies, for example, with PayNet, we do this project for people with disabilities, again across all of the country. So there are a lot of them.
So you're engaging?
Yeah. We are working together. What differs us as a central bank? We like work together. We like to collaborate with the market. So we have all projects doing together with banks or fintech organizations.
That's great. And I guess that is really a differentiator for CBU. So you've got two participants from the market, Uzum and Click. Any message you want to give them on embedded finance and how they should be thinking about this in the next 1 year or 2 years?
Using this position, like asking them commitment.
Yes.
Okay, so for me as a regulator, the main concern is the savings. You know, we done a lot on credit, a lot, and even we start worrying about this already.
1 second. Before that, Mr. Rasul, Ms. Naima, for you.
Я хочу сказать, хочу слова благодарности сказать Центральному банку, потому что все проекты, которые мы делаем для наших пользователей, это всегда идет совместно с регулятором. Это Центральный банк, государственное правительство. И вот при всех скажем спасибо огромное, что вы поддерживаете финтех-компании.
Thank you. Yeah, Ms. Dilbar. Just your message to
So commitment from their side. Okay, so my concern is about savings. So because the last survey on saving, on financial inclusion, show us that the level of savings in the economy is lower than benchmarking in the Central Asia region and in the world. It's very surprising for me because our population, our nation has roots in behaving of savings. You know, we are really good savers. Actually, we have financial goals and we save them. And my mother teach me, and I think every family have that kind of saving cushions in their, I don't know where. So, but the point is the formal saving level is not enough. For me, I will really appreciate if this market, fintech market, will look at that way and try to produce more products related to the saving.
So the message is clear. Mr. Rasul, would you like to react to that?
To say something for the regulator?
Yes.
We just wanted to thank for everything what is being doing and will be doing. I think we are working closely with the regulator. So we are following all the instructions, and so far everything is good, and we think that we are quite successful, and we feel comfortable working with the regulator.
Wonderful. There's a lot of love between the central bank and the market participants.
Yeah.
All right. I guess that's the end of our panel, and a pleasure to have you all. Thank you very much. One takeaway, Dilbar, is for me as a rookie in the space. People like me always think that financial inclusion is all about access, but one thing I'm taking away today is that it's more than just access. It's access, usage, and quality, as you say. And thanks for a wonderful panel. Pleasure to have you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyati and her panelists. Let's get a photograph taken very quickly with Kyati and her panelists. And we can move on to what will be our final session of the day.
Katta rahmat. Ayollar ham gender tenglik mana ifodasi sifatida juda ham yaxshi ifoda qilishdi. Moliya olamining odamlari faqatgina zabardast erkaklar emas, ayollar ham o'zlarining tashabbuslari bilan barcha yoshlarimizga yaxshi insight berdi va hozir yoshlar asosan siz haqingizda chiroyli suhbat bo'ladi. Biz bundan keyingi diskussiya egalarini chaqirishdan avval uning mavzusini tushuntiramiz. Ya'ni yosh yangi mutaxassislar bu ekotizimni ham, xavfsiz infratuzilmani ham asosi hisoblanadi. Tajribali yosh ulug'lar o'z yo'liga, lekin yangi zamonaviy yoshlar haqida gap ketar ekan, ya'ni ta'limni biznes ehtiyojlari bilan uyg'unlashtirish, bu jarayonni kengaytirish va iqtidorlarni mamlakatda saqlab qolish, xorijda o'qisa ham mamlakatga qaytib kelishini ta'minlash kabi muhim mavzular haqida so'z boradi.
Thank you so much, Jamshed. Remember, if you are enjoying some of the great insights that you're hearing right here on the stage, please remember to join us for day 3. But in order to do so, you need to express your interest. So get your name down on the registration desk. If you haven't already done so, you will be given a colored sticker. So if you've come from a long way to be with us here in Tashkent, we'd love to see you at day 3 tomorrow at the Islamic Civilization Center. Simply register your interest and your name out there, and you'll get a colored sticker so you can attend. Space is limited, so do go and express your interest if you haven't done it. Now, we are closing the forum stage with our last session of day 2, and this is, of course, last but not least. These are all about the school on the Silk Road. We know that amazing historic cities here in Uzbekistan, Samarkand, Tashkent, it is famous for its incredible universities, its madrasas, all those amazing centers of learning for many, many centuries. Well, this next session is all about who will build the future, because as we know, it is an incredible positive part of the fact that Uzbekistan has an incredibly young population, one of the youngest populations in the region, an ambition to train some 5,000 fintech professionals as well by 2030. But of course, a young population is only an opportunity if they can be trained. So talent is key for this incredible industry that we're talking about. And this is what's going to be discussed in our final session of day 2. How do we build a human capital that this fintech transformation needs? Our moderator is Peter Franken, who's a professor at Co University and founder of Safecast. He'll be coming onto the stage shortly after the translation by Jamshed.
Sal yuqorida aytganimizdek, O'zbekiston mintaqadagi eng yosh aholiga ega, populyatsiya darajasi yoshlarni mana shu aholi orasidagi eng ko'p faol qatlami sifatida mamlakat tilga olindi va yuqorida aytganimizdek, sizni masalangiz ajoyib insaytlarda tilga olinadi. Muhokamani esa Co universiteti professori va Safecast asoschisi Peter Franken olib boradi. Olqishlab qo'yamiz yoshlar, marhamat.
Wonderful. Peter, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon. It's amazing. We're already at the last session, and I still remember like minutes ago that I landed here at the beautiful airport of Uzbekistan. It's my first time to visit this wonderful country, and welcome to the final session. Before we start, I would like to, as we're at the final session, get a little bit of a big warm round of applause for all the amazing MCs, the hosts on the Uzbeki Central Bank, the sponsors and the partners to making this amazing reel. So a big warm hand of applause for all the people that made this happen, please. Thank you. Normally, you don't say, please stay till the end of my session, but I'm going to ask you, please stay till the end of my session. I have something special I want to talk about at the end, and I will need all of you in the room for that. If possible, more people in the room. So stay and hang in. We're going to go over a nice intense discussion, and at the end I'll have some special requests for all of you. Before we start, I want to talk a little bit about myself, not because I want to do that, but I was just reflecting on the discussion today, and I realized that the amount of change that has happened in technology is phenomenal. You may wonder where I'm from originally. I'm from Holland, but I spent the last 35 years working and living in Japan. And that's where my whole history is. And I actually started my career as a researcher in the area of parallel computing and artificial intelligence 35 years ago. Some of you may think, what? Artificial intelligence 35 years ago? That was pre-internet. It was very, very, very, very much ahead of our time. And literally, you know, how much did we know then, right? But in the early 90s, I entered Citibank as a young man, and it was a new experience for me. I was trained as a scientist, not as a banker. And in those days, as we started to see massive changes in technology, Citibank adopted a simple framework that was used for all management discussions and presentations. And some of you may recognize it's really simple. We had to break everything into technology, process, and people. And then all our strategy decks were layered around that. So that was because these three things started to behave very differently from traditional banking. And so if you look at technology over the last years, there's tremendous amount of change. You know, we're going from token ring to internet. We're going from mainframes to superscalers, ATM to e-wallets, branch to apps, coins to crypto, manual ledgers to blockchain, closed systems to open source and API. We just talked about it in the previous session, and so on and so on. So the technology change is tremendous. When we look at processes, things are changing, but it's only till recently that things are starting to pick up dramatically. You know, we went from batch to real time. We went from if this, then that type of artificial intelligence to knowledge graphs. We went from search to generative AI, and process automation is now autonomous agents. So a lot of changes there, but really, I think in terms of process, changes, it's really happening right now with the age of agentic AI. But if we look at people, what has changed? We have maybe more people on our planet, but if you look at, what are the big changes when we talk about people in our companies, I would say not so much. Some of you who are a little bit older may remember there was a book about 20 years ago. It was called Who Moved My Cheese? Anybody ever heard of that book? One? A few? Well, the book was very simple. It talked about you may not change, but the context around changes. And as that happens, you have to continuously realign. And if you don't do that, you become irrelevant. And that has been kind of the discussion I've seen over the last 35 years, has always been that. The constant is we're all humans doing something, but the context makes what we do change. And if we look at today's discussion, and if we look at what has changed over these years, we have moved from people to talent. And wherever I go, we don't talk about people anymore. It's all about talent and what we as humans can do. And of course, with agentic AI and all these things have changed dramatically over the last couple of years as to how we look at talent. And I'm very excited today to have a group of veterans and experts in the space of talent. And I want to talk a little bit about that today and see if we can come up with some learnings, some insights, specifically thinking about the challenge that Uzbekistan has in terms of building its fintech ecosystem. I think over the coming years, that yesterday we could hear that the goal is to train 5,000 fintech experts by 2030. I'm excited to have Patrick and Lei Ming and Abdel and Professor, let me get it right, Gulnoza, here to talk about that. Professor Gulnoza is from Uzbekistan, and I hope she can also provide some of the context for all of us to see how that all connects. So let's get going. Before we get going, I want to have a super quick question for all of you. And if we think about talent, and if we think about training people, is it about the training itself? Is it about the money, how to pay for it? Or is it about how do we retain people once trained? And maybe Patrick, maybe you can give us some insights on that. 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much. Great to be here. Important topic. And if I were to pick one of the three, I would say it's training. Training is the one that really, the greatest constraint that we have among those three. I think the others can be fixed in all sorts of ways. And as we will discuss in the context of, later, we can explain that the others are not such a loss, as it were. But training is everything.
Training is everything. Lei Ming, you agree or disagree, or is it something else?
Well, I cannot say disagree, but I think my view is retaining people is the key. And I think this really indicates how the investment in other two will ultimately pay off. Training itself with technology, with AI, it has become much easier to scale, and people always are able to invest a little bit of money for the training necessary. But I think the ultimate goal of training is about what you're going to provide to the people that they will be looking for, the employer they want to work for, the job they want to do, and more importantly, to have the upward development trajectory. So I think retaining people is the key.
So retain. Abdel.
Actually, I agree. It is retaining, in my view, is the challenge, because you can easily train people and fund the training, but to keep the talent in business is the challenge. And I don't mean that they will move to another company. I mean that they will move to another country or another market, because the market will be more attractive. Currently, the fintech talent is very portable. It is needed everywhere. If they don't see a clear career path with recognition and improvement and development, I think they will leave to another country.
Thank you. Professor.
So my answer is that forecast, train, and retain is on one path, and I cannot separate them. So from the perspective of the Elurtimid Foundation, I would say that my role is to identify that right person. We heard about the ambitions of Uzbekistan to prepare 5,000 fintech specialists. So for me, the first question is, who are them? Who are these fintech 5,000 people? What should we do to find out that new skills to be applicable to the today's labor market or to the labor market in 5 years? So that kind of question is on the agenda of the Elurtimid Foundation. So trying to help our state bodies, we're trying to forecast these kind of demands. Workforce pipeline, the talent pipeline. So Elurtimid Foundation is not separate unit. It's somehow the specialized unit in the line with the educational system of Uzbekistan, trying to help our educational system. There is a very big system of educational system in Uzbekistan. Previously, it was only 9% of the young people covered by the higher education. Now we see the percentage of the coverage of the young people is about 45%. But still, we have some kind of skills or professions or some kind of expertise which we need to train abroad or to bring this expertise into Uzbekistan. So taking it into account about the labor market, after retaining them, we need to be ready to give this ecosystem, to give them the workplace and the opportunity to these young people.
That's an interesting insight. So it's not about the money, the content, or the retaining. It's about doing things at the right time in the future, and that can be a challenge as well. So with kind of a little bit of context around that, I want to go a little bit deeper into what each of you have been doing, and each of you, I think, have a very different experience in this. So it will be great to learn a little bit about what that is, but also what challenges you encountered, and then we can go and see how that could map back into what is happening here in Uzbekistan. And Professor, please comment in and help us to see if that resonates here or what is different, because all of us obviously are from very different places. Patrick, back to you. In Kenya, you supervised mobile money as it exploded, right? Did you have the people you needed to do that?
Okay, so this was 20 years ago. And I think we need to appreciate how things were 20 years ago. We didn't have the iPhone. Okay, now we have iPhone. We didn't have the ecosystems that you can, or apps. You can go on Google Play or whichever other sites you go to. So basically, it was an idea that was running on, let's say, the old feature phones, right? And we didn't have, let's say, the needed bandwidth in terms of people to code this, etc. But like everything else, you know, think of the old mainframe world, right? Like everything else, you get some experts, you pay them appropriately, and that is it, right? So, however, with time, you needed to continue building this in particular ways. And actually, we begin to see the gaps in your sort of talent pool, right? And I think we need to understand what that means, and I will explain later as we go on. But I think this is where the training part is, right? This is where I'm saying we needed to train people, but again, the field was moving, meaning the specific skills that you needed to build were also changing. So for instance, now the biggest problem are the frontier sort of talents, you know, AI, cybersecurity, that's where the shortage is. So training was needed all along. But I think and I'll stop here, I want to underscore that it isn't just classroom training. Yeah, this is important. We do have a lot of STEM students. People graduate with the degrees, etc., on EE or even other skills. But the issue is actually to have those applied in the specific context of the companies that are employing them. And there is also training that is needed in those spaces. So we can discuss it a bit more, but I want to emphasize that it isn't just classroom training. That is part of the problem, but I think that is easy to fix.
That's a great insight. I want to go to Lei Ming at International, right? You have a unique program called 10 by 1000, and it has trained over close to 10,000 people in 110 countries, right? You should know a little bit about what works and what doesn't. Please share.
Sure. Thank you, Peter. Just a little bit of background. I think International is a world-leading fintech company that operates in many jurisdictions, many markets, serving over 2 billion user accounts, connecting over 150 million merchants globally. Now, with that kind of scale, obviously, there comes responsibility as well, not just from a business generation perspective, but also what impact we're going to generate for the community we serve. Now, one of the things we have been focused on, among with others, in terms of sustainability initiative is talent. Now, we call our sustainability initiative 3 T pillars: trade, tech, trust, thrive, tech, and talent. Now, we're here talking about talent. You know, with the development of digital economy and fintech, I think China went through that evolution. 2014 to 2018 was explosive development period. And 2018, the World Bank had an annual meeting in Bali, Jakarta, Indonesia. And at the meeting, Alibaba's founder, Jack Ma, met with the head of International Finance Corporation, World Bank, as well as President of Indonesia, talking about digital economic transformation. And the President of Indonesia at that time said, well, it sounds great, but we need the people to do it. So Jack basically said, no problem. We're going to set up this program called 10 by 1000, whereby we will endeavor to train at least 1,000 digital leaders a year for at least 10 years. That's why we call it 10 by 1000. So over the years, we've been running that program with our internal financial support. We have trained close to 10,000 digital fintech leaders around the world, covering in 110 countries and regions. Most of them are developing
And so
countries.
these are people that are not end employees, these are
Non-end,
outside of your company.
It's all the sort of the digital talents, learners from different countries in different markets that we serve, and some of which we don't serve. A lot of that in Africa, and we're working with the United Nations Commission for Economic Commission for Africa, African FinTech Association, to really get those people to join that program. Now, that program really, in my view, worked very well in the sense that it is digital, online. It's a platform rather than just programs. And they focused on basic technology, skill set trainings, and more importantly, entrepreneurship and mindset trainings. Now, yesterday at the opening note, the central bank governor essentially painted this sort of roadmap for fintech development, one of which I was very excited about 5,000 digital talent, fintech talent in the country by 2030. We said, wow, we can play a role. Now today we met with the deputy governor, first deputy governor, and he said, we want you to bring that program here. So clearly that has worked, and how we can scale and enter into more country really to help the development of the fintech industry is something that we take it to very personally to heart,
Right.
and really look forward to this opportunity. Now clearly that is something we think worked. Why that worked really is our ability to constantly evolve our programs to be in touch with the fast evolvement of technology and the fintech competitive landscape, and more importantly, the evolving technology that is shaping, changing the world day by day. So I think we are in that inflection point where talent is going to be the key for decades to come. But how to shape our philosophy in terms of training, the way to deliver that to scale is going to be key.
Right.
Thank you.
I mean, that's fascinating, and congratulations on reaching the goal, I hope, and I assume you're going to continue that. With that, I want to go to Abdel, and Abdel, at the Egyptian Banking Institute, you train over 200,000 people a year, I believe, and but if you think about how many future leaders you train, that's only maybe a couple of hundred or much less, right? From your perspective, let us know a little bit what you do, but also, is it about volume or is it about depth?
Okay, thank you. Very interesting question. Actually, there is a logic behind it. Because, we always start with the end in mind. So what is the goal behind training future leaders? Those are the level that is about to be a CEO, or as we say it, N-1, -2, and -3. Or you train university students either for financial literacy or for fintech, or for preparing them to join the banking sector. Each segment of our customers, they have their own approach that fits best with the goal behind the development that we're seeking. When we talk about university students, training fintech is very special. That's why we embed in their university curriculum a new topic for financial technology, as well as we urge them to do some projects, and those projects will be funded by the banks. And if it turned out to be a success, the bank can help them to convert this into reality. This is one thing. If we talk about, the masses, financial literacy, here we're talking about millions of people. You have to adapt a completely different model of learning. You have to use a different medium, which is electronic learning. We build a platform that any Egyptian citizen can get financial literacy with the national ID, fully funded, without paying a penny. What about the bankers, our mainstream customers? Here we are building people based on skill set, or what we call it competency set. And for those people, based on the function that they are performing, we have already a skill set in place. And based on that, we get them prepared. We work with a model that builds competency for each function based on the level. And based on that, we prepare the training needed or the development needed. We start with the competencies. Here we mean skills, knowledge, experience, and attitude, and make sure that this is done properly. Usually we use in-class training because this is what fits best with this purpose. As you said, the future leaders are different. There are only 100 people a year. We're preparing people to join the C-level. Selection is very difficult. We have to assess them, psychometric assessment, ability tests, panel with a number of CEOs to select whether this person has the right character to carry out the job responsibility or not. We train them for a year, and they travel to the US, they go to the Federal Reserve, they meet with the banks, and they spend a full 12 months in training so that they become competent enough to do the job. Therefore, the purpose is what is driving the modality and the approach. This is what we have in mind. That's why we differentiate between those few people and millions of trainees.
That's a great insight. So, and I can imagine that finding future leaders itself is, of course, finding the needle in the haystack. There's quite some intersects, I think, Professor Gulnoza, with what Abdul is doing. And let me get this properly pronounced. You have the El-Yurt Umidi program that you have been running, and you're sending students overseas to get top-notch training, and then for them to come back to Uzbekistan and then further build their careers here. It would be great if you could just explain a little bit about that program, also in the context of what we're discussing here today. And also, are they coming back? Do they return?
Thank you. This is the main question. So, El-Yurt Foundation was adopted in 2018 to bring this international education, knowledge, skills, and adopt it to the workforce needs of Uzbekistan. So last year, by the decree of the president, the foundation was reorganized. Now this foundation is under the president of the Republic of Uzbekistan. And the main goal is to develop these programs on investing into human capital. So what do? We do some kind of research and studies every year to understand what are the needs of our state, what are the needs of different kind of spheres, of state bodies, and even of the regions. We're going to adopt the new program from this year on to not just to work for the state bodies to the sectors like economy, law, or other sectors, but even to try to understand the demands of each region, to make sure that they will come and bring this expertise to the region themselves. Also, the El-Yurt Foundation is supporting different kind of programs. So this is the bachelor, master, and doctorate programs. Except this, as I told previously, it is the part of the educational system of Uzbekistan. What do? We support them to bring professors, experts to our institutions, universities. Also, we support double degree programs. We support to bring top universities, campuses. And the main idea is that we have the short-term targeted traineeships and internships for our public sector representatives, because we are not only the part of the educational system, but we see ourselves more beyond, like a part of the public sector service to help them to upgrade their skills. So on this matter, I would also take the opportunity and would like to connect all the partners, international organizations, universities, companies, to bring up any kind of targeted traineeships, internships, short programs to our all these ambitious plans for prepare and retrain 5,000 people for fintech sphere. So do we face challenges? Yes, we do, because our main idea to find out who are these people. What should we do to support Uzbekistan to prepare these kind of personnel? So if it's fintech, 5,000 person, we should identify the right person to prepare them, to bring them, and to adopt these skills to make some kind of longer investment into this career path. So are them engineers, software engineers, cybersecurity experts, data scientists, or regulators, policymakers? So we're ready to support these kind of spheres, specialists to prepare them. So from one side, sometimes it is enough to prepare them at our own universities, national universities. From the other side, sometimes we need to train and retrain them at the different universities. So we do support the education at the top 300 universities all over the world. It is now about 30 countries we're covering our students to study abroad. And the challenges with AI, I guess, is also now on this labor market. It's influencing all the spheres, and it will continue. So on our agenda is to keep this kind of lifelong education.
That's fascinating. I think, Patrick, you want to chip in there, right?
Yeah, I think first, it's great what you're doing, and it's, the ambition is great, as we all acknowledge. However, I wanted to stress that at the end of it, once the people get whatever training that you're providing them, they need to land somewhere in specific, let's say, companies, etc. So the opportunities in terms of job opportunities are essential. So even as you are looking at the training side, it is essential to also make sure that there is an ecosystem that is supporting those private sector companies where these people will be employed. Secondly, it's those companies that need to work with you in order to maintain the training, as he expertly said they are doing, so that they are given this, let's say, additional training, more generally, on the job. That, I think, is something that we saw as very important. As a matter of fact, we found that a lot of students, a lot of, let's say, graduates, they have degrees, they have all those nice pieces of paper, but they are hopeless at their job. So the only way to deal with that is to actually give them that experiential technical training on the job, and working with them is, with those companies is important. We can stress that it will be, at the end of the day, Uzbekistan needs to have, to supply, let's say, products to the world, right? So Uzbekistan to the world should be sort of the first phase, and then eventually to be Uzbekistan in the world, yeah? So I'll come back with the issue of whether you're losing people or not, but let's stop here for now.
Thank you, thank you. So this is the main idea of the Elertum in the foundation. We are not just sending them to take their education abroad or to retrain or train them. The main idea is to bring them back and to support them with specific employers. So they do have the guarantees from their employers to come back and work for that sectors. From the last year, under the policy of our president, it is not just public service. Previously, it was just working for the public service. They have the obligations to come back and work for public sector. But from the last year, we do have the opportunities to work for public sector, for big taxpayers, and for the NGOs at the headquarters. So now they have a very big branch to work for Uzbekistan in different sectors. Yes, and when we don't do it by ourselves. We're doing it with the partners, with the state bodies, with the institutions. In the sphere of the fintech, we should work with a central bank, with some kind of fintech company. So we are open.
Thank you. I think that's what is interesting is that you made it more attractive to come back by broadening the kind of work people can come home to, so to speak. So I think that's an important insight there. Maybe back to you, Patrick. I think you already hinted you wanted to share a little bit more. I think in Kenya, when for example, when you didn't have the skills in Kenya that you needed, how did you bring them in, and how did you turn around the skill gaps, and then how did you also made it attractive for the skilled people to continue and to stay?
Okay, so first the universities pivoted to provide the best training. So it's true we do get a lot of STEM training going on, but obviously that's not sufficient. And so universities pivoted and began to provide sort of courses on coding and other things, design, architecture, etc. But I think what also happened is that the ecosystem began to train some of the specific talents that they wanted. There's always a shortage of those talents, but the ecosystem began training them. And at the beginning, they were robbing, from each other, basically. But with time, the pool increased. Thirdly, I mean, as I said, today and now, the skill that is, or the skills that are needed have moved on up the chain to sort of the frontier sort of topics like AI, etc. And that's why there's a shortage. But I think the other one has been the connection with other companies around the world, right? And this is something that I think, maybe to put it differently, there's and provocatively, when you have talent, your own country, training people, and then they go to other countries, it's not a loss. I want to be absolutely clear, it's not a loss. Why? Because those people will learn some of those techniques, and they'll come back and actually train your people, or they'll take those higher positions in your own country at the right time. They may not come back after 5 years. They may come back after 10 years. They may come back after, a period of time. But also they are your eyes and ears in those specific places. So for instance, you have companies that have been set up in Africa by people who actually are the diaspora. They've been working in Silicon Valley or wherever else it is, and they now want to open a company that will do particular fintech stuff in Kenya, in their home country. And I think that's great. So it's that sort of development that we need to look at. And I think that's something that is sustainable.
Right, so when you think about retaining, it's not a short-term view, it's also a long-term benefit, right? It kind of reminds me of my Citibank days when I was head of the tech department, and we always had this problem that we trained, we had great talent, and they all wanted to become a business manager, and of course they moved there. But similarly to your point, of course, they did very well to build the business as well. So it's not necessarily a loss. I think is a great way to look at that. Leming, to continue that discussion, if you look at the training you provide to the 1,000 leaders every year, what for example, if I would graduate the program, what can I do on day one? What is the skill sets I have gained, and how would I apply those?
Yeah, no, that's again, Patrick and Kanoda, we really agree with a lot of your analysis, and I think the training we are trying to really upscale and leverage really is the involvement of technology. So the critical aspect of some of the skills that will supplement what they learn from the college training and others will make a huge difference in that their career path. So I cannot agree more on the point of the power of sharing ownership with the ecosystem, right? Because everybody bring different aspects of the government will define standards, industry participants will provide live cases. In the skill training, it's so important that you teach learners about practical reality rather than theory. And universities can quickly turn research into practical materials for people to learn. And I also want to add that, when I get in this region, and especially Uzbekistan, the people are so young, and they have different ways of looking at the world, about training, about what skills they want to learn, how to learn it, and having, especially in this attention economy, how to make it interactive, engaging enough for them to learn quickly the type of skills they need to learn, and have that, attention to move among different subjects to be really sort of catch up the technological evolvement that happens on a daily basis. So those are the things sort of, I think, quite important in that process.
Thank you. Sorry, Abdel, just to look at we look at Uzbekistan. It doesn't have the Egyptian Banking Institute here, but it is aspiring to do so. So, if you would start one tomorrow here, what would you tell the Uzbeki community to do first?
Okay, 3 advices. Okay, number 1, it's not just a training institute, because training is a solution among others. Developing the human capital and preparing the human capital is a large process. Training is one of the steps that you should do. You should build an establishment to develop the human capital that is needed for the future. It's training, it is mentoring, it is benchmarking, it is coaching, it is assessment. This is one of the services that is growing big time now in human capital development, is that you assess people for hiring, for development, for promotion, for moving from one job to another. You have to assess based on the competences that are said there. This is number 1. Number 2, don't only focus on what you need today, okay? If you focus on what you need today and you prepare what you need today and you get it done, today will be different. Tomorrow will come with a completely different skill set. What you need to do is that you look to the future and build the needs that you will put in place in the future. In Egyptian Banking Institute, every 3 years, we refresh the study of the future skills. And we solicit the input from the HR directors in the banks. We ask them what the skills that you will need in the coming 5 years. Are you ready for the AI or not? What are the things that should be in place in order to be equipped for the future? And based on that, we start building the curriculums and the training and everything. So your eyes should be on the future. Number 3 is that you need to design in mind what you need to build right now. What is the relationship between this institute with the banks, with the universities, with the associations of banks and industries in country? What are the business model? Is it going to be for profit or non-for-profit? The governance system, you have to build this right now before you do anything. You need to solicit input from the community. your stakeholders will contribute much for the success of this. These are my three advices. Lastly, keep your eye in the future. Start with the end in mind.
That's fantastic advice. And Professor Golnoza, I think, on behalf of the Uzbeki goal, I hope there were some kind of things that would inspire you to think through how can you scale up. Because I think the challenge that's on the table is to scale up by a factor of 10. And as the rule goes, if you go by a factor of 10, you have to do something different to get there. So from the discussion today, is there things that inspired you that say, hey, I can do this? Or there are other things we can help you and Uzbekistan with to work towards the goal?
So thank you so much. I took all the advices for my job, for my strategy, how to run the foundation, what should we do further to support our country's demands. For us, train and retain is one common strategy to not to just to train, but to bring them, and not to just to bring these people. This is not the number. This is not the 5,000 certificates. This is the 5,000 career jobs. This is the opportunity for people, for their future, for their role, for the future of Uzbekistan. That's why we need to talk, need to think about, as you told, to look to the future. What will be the opportunities for that? What are the jobs? What are the career paths? So to support this talent pipeline, to be in line with that. And so we need your mentorship. I'm open for your mentorship, just to your advices. What should we do? How we should work on, and how to make these kind of opportunities and ecosystem be adaptable to Uzbekistan, to the future of Uzbekistan. Thank you.
That is a clear request for help. I think we're reaching the end of the session, but I would like to come back on that in a moment. And before we come to the closing, I have one final question for all of you, but specifically the three gentlemen on the left of me. Listening to Professor Golnoza and so forth, what would be the one thing, and I think you already advised three things, Abdel, but so forth maybe, what would be the one thing you would advise Uzbekistan professor and the professor and her colleagues to do? What is that?
I think first they're doing a great job, so let's be honest about that. But I think the one thing I would stress is to really look at the higher skill set sort of jobs and management. That is where repeatedly you'll find gaps appearing. So today it is AI, but tomorrow I don't know what it will be. So to keep an eye on those two layers, as it were, and to be sure that you are providing, even as society, even as the needs of an industry changes.
So leadership as a priority. Yeah. Lei Ming.
Yes. 10 by 1,000 operates on three principles: learn, connect, and inspire. Now, inspiration is a two-way street. We are inspired as much by our partners, by our learners, as much as we inspire them. So what we really wanted to do in this journey really is also learn from them and make their question the content of our next courses. So only through that, the course will evolve and the people can learn more.
Thank you. And Abdel?
To put it short, start with the end in mind and keep an eye on the future competencies that you will need.
Thank you. Short but powerful. Professor, I wanted to get back to your request around mentorship, etc. And I wanted to go back to my request at the beginning to please do not leave this session. Because I need all of you. And in my career, I was fintech before there was fintech. We didn't know what we were doing until years later, how it all connected. But how did we get trained? and how did that work? And there were two things in my life that made a very big difference. And I think these two would, not have me sit in this chair today. One was the opportunity of internship. In a way, sending people abroad for study is one thing, but I think the power of internships is in my life was very big. It brought me to Japan, it changed my path, and so forth. But how do you stay on the path? And the second thing is having a mentor. And I had the luck in my life to have a very strong mentor in my job in Citibank. And he mentored me for many years. And that shaped myself. It was kind of a continuous kind of guardrail or inspiration or something that kept me. But it also kept me in the profession. I spent 35 years in working in the financial industry. And I think I realized only later on that most people didn't have these two chances. And specifically the chance to have a mentor, you could see the difference, somebody that had a mentor or not. That was a big difference. And I wanted to take this further. Normally you had a panel discussion and you just listen and you just walk out and you go do your stuff. This time you can not walk out without having thought about something. And what I was thinking on your idea of mentorship is that I'm happy to volunteer to be mentoring one Uzbeki talent over the coming year and see where we are a year from now. And instead of us sitting on the couch, we invite some of these young aspiring leaders to come here and talk about what they have learned. And in order to do it, the couch, how many? We have like 6 positions on the couch. We need 6 mentors, at least, and more is even better, to volunteer. And you don't have to decide now, but if you're interested to volunteer and help Uzbekistan and take your experience with one person, it could be a young person, it could be a very senior person, but mentor with your experience, then it's very easy. You can raise your hand like this if you want to do this. And the problem is in order to connect to you, if you can come after the session, we have, this is great news, we have the bench here. Please come to this side after the session and talk to us and we'll take your name. Or if you want to do it later, just send an email to info@gftn.com and say Uzbekistan mentor. Now, the other thing is if you say, hey, but I'm Uzbeki, please mentor me, then also raise your hand. Okay, this is going to work. Okay, and also come over and we'll work with Professor Gonoza to maybe he can help us a little bit. And we're also very happy to help you on your journey. So we'll figure out something, and I will work with the GFTN to see how next year we can have a special panel discussion about 6 young or experienced or senior people that have gone through the program and also had the opportunity to work with some of us in the room and see what that looks like. And if we do it right, then every year we come back and encourage the growing talent pool of Uzbekistan. And with that, I would like to thank all of you for supporting Uzbekistan, and thank you for coming to the GFTN Forum, and see you next year. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause, please, for Peter and his panelists. A final photograph of our amazing panel. And you heard it here. The next generation of fintech talent is going to be created thanks to the mentors and mentees who have volunteered thanks to Peter's call for volunteers. How wonderful that is, isn't it, Jamshed? How incredible. Now, we are coming to the end of day 2, but it is far from over. So while this photograph is being taken, I will let these wonderful ladies and gentlemen take the photos. And then we can end in the center of the stage.
Of
because
course,
it'll be our
of course.
final
It's
moment with me and Jamshed.
Sorry, I was saying we're going to be over there, so all volunteers, please, I'll meet you over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Lei Ming. Lovely to see you. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Patrick. Wonderful.
Rahmat.
It's
Xush
been such a
kelibsiz,
great
Gulnoza xonim.
session.
Katta rahmat.
Wow.
Please.
So, as we said, hardly the
Our
end of
lovely-
day 2. We've got a couple more things. We've got the public private dialogues that have been taking place. If you want to attend, they started at 4 p.m. Check the app for details. And of course, we have so much going on. This is day 2, but tomorrow we know is day 3. So remember, it's going to be taking place at the Islamic Civilization Center, an incredible place, but it has limited capacity. So please go register your interest at the registration desk. You will get a colored sticker. If you have come a long way to be here in Tashkent, you do not want to miss day 3, but there is only a limited number of people who can attend. So please go express your interest. It is first come, first served. And of course, at the end of day 2, we want to thank once again the Central Bank of Uzbekistan, without whom we would not be able to do this, as well as the sponsors, all the partners, all the moderators. I want to thank Jamshed for being what a wonderful co-host in Uzbeki. And of course, I'm Sharanjit Lail. It's been a true delight to be your host. And I so look forward to seeing you once again in your beautiful country here in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. Jamshed.
Muhtaram do'stlar, garchi kamchilik qoldik, lekin bizni qadrli hamkasbimiz BBC jurnalisti va Toshkentda 40-o'zining moderatorligini qilishga muvaffaq bo'lgan Jubilee, ya'ni yubiley moderatorligini qilishga muvaffaq bo'lgan Sharanjit Lailga bitta chiroyli o'zbekcha qarsaklar bo'lsin. For you. Welcome again.
Rahmat.
Welcome
Jamshed.
again. Qadrli do'stlar, garchi mana shu asosiy zaldagi platformalar yakuniga yetgan bo'lsa-da, lekin ko'rib turganingizdek, corner atrofida P2B formatidagi investorlar bilan suhbat, bank odamlari, moliya fenomenlari bilan suhbat bor. Ularning har biri dunyo moliya bozorida juda ham kuchli shaxs. Ulardan savollar bilan javoblarni oling. Ular o'tkazayotgan kichik mitinglarda ishtirok eting. Vaqtni tig'iz biling. Bugun 2-kuni poyoniga yetdi, lekin suhbatlar B2B formatlarida kichik panel yig'ilishlarida davom etmoqda. Mana shu 2 mo'jaz kun davomida men Jamshid Umurzoqov va qadrli hamkasbimiz Sharanjit Lail birga bo'ldik va ertangi 3-kunda KX mezbonlik qilmaydi. Endi Islom sivilizatsiya markazida aynan shu miqyosga munosib islomiy moliya haqida, islomiy kredit haqida suhbat olib boriladi. Aynan u yerda ishtirok etish uchun marhamat hozirni o'zidayoq ro'yxatdan o'ting, chunki aytishlariga qaraganda joylar cheklangan. Biz esa yaxshi bir tashabbuskor kayfiyat bilan sizlar bilan xayrlashamiz. Lekin bu xayrlash ortida an'anaviy kelgusi yildagi yana uchrashishga bo'lgan sog'inch bor albatta.
Rahmat.
Thank
Very
you.
lovely
Welcome
to meet you.
again.
Thank you. Thank you once again.
E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat. Salomat bo'ling.